Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. So I'm going to call this council meeting to order. Now, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general natures thereof? Pam, your hand shot up very quickly. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I spent the weekend thinking about the issues of Grain Boy and the perception becomes reality. Many of the residents feel that I have a conflict on this file, and although I have a legal opinion confirming several times that I do not, because of the perceived conflict from some of the residents, I have decided it is best for me and the corporation for me to declare a perceived conflict and allow this important decision to be made by the remainder of council. So, I, Pamela Beach, declare a perceived conflict with the Grain Boys rezoning, and that this is because the residents have concerns and I'm stepping back.
Thank you very much for that, Pam. All right. Any other disclosures? Okay. Now, as we start this meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that we are not the first people to live, work, and play on these lands. And I would like to thank the First Nations people, the Quakers, and all other residents that preserve these lands that we now enjoy. Now, any announcements? Do you want to start, Gary? Okay. Gord? Lily?
I was so excited last week to talk about the Roma conference that I neglected to bring something up really quite fantastic for the local community. Tyler Urschel on February 2nd participated in the World Under-23 Cyclocross Championships in Belgium, and first time participating in an event of this stature, finished 43rd overall. And if you know anything about cyclocross, it's basically riding at your limit for over an hour in conditions that are crazy, mud, you have to go over obstacles and everything, and you still have to ride a bicycle while doing it. So, you know, kudos for Tyler for representing Canada so well and representing our community so well. And then one last thing is that personally I started what I'm calling Inside Uxbridge as sort of a social media campaign for, partly in concert with the BIA, the Business Improvement Area, and we focused on Woods clothing this time around, and we did a video, as you know, Mayor Dave. And I'm pleased to say that the night of the Customer Appreciation Night, actually the full day they were quite busy, and the video had 1,200 views over 4 days. So really great start to Inside Uxbridge.
Great job, Willie. Pam?
Good morning. Several things. On March the 2nd, 3:30 to 6:30, there is a screening of the film Before the Plate documentary. I encourage everybody, and especially those people that don't know much about farming and how the food gets from the field or from the ground to our plate. And it'll be starting at the Roxy and then finishing up at the Second Wedge for discussion. And on February the 23rd, this coming weekend, to remind everybody about the coldest night of the year, it's a fundraising walk event at the Uxbridge Arena. And also that same evening is the Big Brother, Big Sister, Sisters of North Durham is hosting the 25th annual Wing and Pizza fundraising night. So love to see you out there. Thank you.
And just to comment on Before the Plate. So the idea of that movie is it's the executive chef from the Canoe restaurant downtown going back in some of his dishes and talking about, you know, where they all came from, which farms, and going through the whole process. I watched the trailer, it's really interesting, and the food at the Canoe is pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, it's really good. And just to tie that in, that's in some ways the Farm to Train event, which this year will be the 4th year, that the chef actually comes out on the train at the end of each course and explains which farms food came from, why, and how he came up with the recipe. So it's kind of exciting.
Yeah. Thanks, Pam. Go ahead, Todd.
Yes, good morning to our press, and thanks to everybody that's come out this morning. The only thing I have is we do have, I noticed on Facebook, my partner here in crime, put a challenge out, and Dave jumped on it as well. There's 4 of us that will be part of the Precious Minds bowling night on Tuesday this week. So if you want to come and challenge us, then apparently Dave's a really good bowler.
I don't think that's what I said, but
I think we're going to use that lane with the bumpers down the side of it. It'll be okay.
that's typically how I bowl. I say it's for my kid, but it's really for me. Go ahead, Bruce. Oh, you don't have? Okay. Okay. I am actually. All right, and I don't have anything to add. Now, Madam Clerk, any items not listed on the agenda?
Your Worship, there's an addendum that went out on Friday which included a deputation, a couple pieces of correspondence, and a report, and also another in-camera item.
Okay, excellent. So Jennifer O'Connell's going to be here near the end, right around noon, so, with a delegation. All right, so first we have Paula and Pina talking to us from Deloitte about the 2018 audit. Thank you very much for coming back.
Good morning. We were happy we came to Uxbridge today and not tomorrow morning. So I understand it's going to be a little nasty. And it's always such a pleasure to come to Uxbridge. Before we start, I did want to mention to Council that I have retired as a partner with Deloitte. And Pina, who I've been working with for many years and who also has a lot of municipal experience, is going to be the new partner on the Township of Uxbridge engagement. And I did want to just come today just to introduce Pina, although she has been at the committee before. And I also just wanted to say it has been a pleasure serving the Township of Uxbridge for the number of years that I have been here. As I said, it's always a pleasure to come to Uxbridge. So Pina is going to walk you through the audit plan today, and certainly we're available to answer any questions that you might have once we go through the plan.
Okay, I'm going to start with a couple questions first, if you don't mind. So, how many years have you been serving Uxbridge while working with Deloitte? Do you remember?
I would say maybe 10?
Amazing.
Maybe 10, 8 or 10. 10, I think.
Okay, now, and thank you for your service to us. You know, we know that there's always been a steady hand keeping us in line, and we can completely trust your data. Now, you're going to retire. Are you, any special plans?
Yes, I'm actually moving back to Nova Scotia, which is my home. So that was kind of always the long-term plan. So that's what I'm doing.
Nice. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again for your service. And I know we'll be in very good hands.
Yes, you will.
Thanks very much. So I'll go through with you the audit plan document. So it's the one that's got a tree on it. I think it was sent to you in advance of the meeting. So for those who've been at this meeting before, I'll start off by saying the document looks pretty similar to last year, and there's not a lot of changes, so that's great because change is always difficult. So this document, as you'll see in our cover letter, covers off our audit work on the consolidated financial statements of the township, but also includes our audit work on the public library board, the business improvement area, as well as the trust fund. So each of those entities has a standalone audit opinion that we opine on, and then those amounts are also included in different respects in the consolidated financial statements of the Township of Uxbridge. So this is our one planning document that covers off all of those. If I can have you turn to what's numbered page 1, our audit explained, you will see there that we do indicate that we're not expecting any significant events that impact financial reporting for the 2018 fiscal year end. So from an audit perspective, we're not anticipating any challenges from accounting standards or new transactions that will have a material effect. We also provide the committee and council with information around materiality. So when one thinks about an audit of financial statements, it's important to understand there's a concept of materiality that is applied. So the audit opinion will read that the financial statements are not materially misstated. So that concept requires that auditors consider materiality. So we disclose to you on page 1 the basis for determining materiality. So it's generally a percentage of expenses, and we do provide that disclosure to you here. So 3% of expenses. And I did want to note that those percentages have not changed year over year. So our risk around the township has not increased or decreased that would cause us to change our materiality threshold. So what you're seeing there is the same scope that we've had in the past and the same scope we continue to expect to have in the future in assessing our materiality. I did want you to turn to page 2 where we do describe some areas where we use audit experts. So in doing the work at the township, we do have an audit team that comes out here, and that team is supplemented by various experts. And one of those that we do rely on is the actuary. So the council will recall that when you're looking at the township's financial statement, there's a fairly significant liability with respect to post-retirement benefits, and that is really an actuarially determined amount that tries to estimate the expenses that have been incurred and will be paid out in the future for retirees of the township. And we do use the work of that actuary to test those assumptions and estimates. So we do provide that disclosure again here, and our reliance on that actuary. Pages 3 and 4 of our audit plan document, we describe our audit risks. So these are areas of risk from a financial statement, financial reporting perspective. And these areas of risk are determined based on our understanding of the township and what has changed year over year. So at the highest level, these risks have not changed year over year. You will see that they look fairly consistent with what you've seen in the past, and also fairly consistent with what you would see in other audits in Canada. So the first two items that relate to revenue recognition and management override controls, these are areas that auditors are required to consider for all audits in Canada as significant risks. So from a revenue recognition perspective, as auditors, we are looking for understanding how amounts are recognized as revenue. So in your environment, there is sometimes grants or other revenue streams that come in with some conditions attached to them, and you will see that our audit work in those areas is understanding what those conditions are to allow for recognition of revenue. As well, in some cases, there's a requirement to take provisions against revenues, and our audit work, again, will look for evidence around that revenue recognition. With respect to management override controls, we do work around the control environment, including having discussions with management and certain members of council as required if there's any areas where someone perceives a risk around fraud, and really understanding the control environment in the organization and how internal controls operate. And then finally, with respect to management estimates on page number 4, we do provide for you a summary of the fact that in preparing the financial statements, there's some estimates that are required, and examples could be allowances around property tax appeals, liabilities that have some contingencies attached to them, or accrued liabilities. And our work around those estimates really looks at understanding how that estimate was developed, but we also look at estimates that were made in the past and assess the outcome of those estimates, really trying to understand if estimates made in the past were accurate. And again, we've never had any issues with these items. Appendix number 1, I will not walk you through in any great detail. This is our audit approach. So if you ever have a question on this, you can ask Donna for my email, and I'd be more than happy to have a conversation about our audit approach. But it really does talk about the fact that our approach is a risk-based approach that starts with assessing the risks in the organization and then designing procedures to address those risks. Appendix number 2, which starts on page 9, and goes on to page 10, has 21 items, and these are described as communication requirements. So these items are what the auditor must communicate with those charged with governance. So each year when we come back and meet with this committee in the spring, we will report back on these items, and these are the formal requirements that an auditor would report back on. And these requirements are no different for a municipality as they are for other types of organizations. So you will see a response back to these items when we come back with our audit results. Appendix number 3 on page 11 talks about new and revised public sector accounting standards. So as we know, the Canadian public sector standard setters have been updating and revising accounting standards for a number of years. And those who've been on council for a few years have heard from us that there are some changes coming over the years. And one of those changes is with respect to related party disclosures. So the first item that you see on page 11. So this one is actually in effect for the 2018 fiscal year end that we are auditing. And just as a reminder, when we talk about related party transactions, we look at related parties as being members of council, their spouses, any companies they control, as well as the senior management team. And there's now a requirement in the public sector to understand who those related parties are, so identify the related parties, and then assess if there's any transactions. So those who have been reading public company financial statements have known that the standards existed outside of Canada for a number of years. And many organizations would typically not have any related party transactions because of the conflict of interest policies. So as part of this process, all organizations in Canada in the public sector are now required to implement some type of control or process to identify those related party transactions. So I understand that a number of municipalities within the region of Durham did meet on this, and they're using a consistent approach, which is a questionnaire of members of council as well as senior management to just understand who those related parties are, and then have a mechanism to ensure that those transactions are disclosed if they're required to be there. And we're understanding from clients that there's not an anticipation that there would be any material transactions that would be required to be disclosed. So again, those new standards are effective for the 2018 year end, and that is the year that we're auditing. In addition, in Appendix 3, we do provide a summary of a number of standards that are in effect for this year around different types of complex transactions, and we're not anticipating any of those. On the following page, we do provide a highlight of some changes that might be happening in the future. So on the top of page 12, there's a series of accounting standards around financial instruments, so effectively getting to fair value accounting, and those are for 2022. And then there's additional standards around asset retirement obligations and revenue that are for 2022 and 2023. So there is a fair bit on the horizon for accounting standards in the public sector. And at the highest level, what you're seeing here is government accounting is catching up with what has been happening in the public market. So those public companies are all doing fair value accounting, and we're slowly seeing that come into the public sector. In some cases, we've seen some deferrals of accounting standards, so the fair value accounting, and that's been driven by provincial and federal governments challenging our standard setters around the requirements for these standards and the amount of work. So we will continue to keep our treasurer up to date around these standards and any deferrals. And we typically work with a number of treasurers in the Durham area to just kind of help them work through implementation of these standards. And then finally, Appendix number 4, I provide a summary for you around the new auditor reporting requirements. So one thing that will look a little different this year is the audit opinion. So the audit opinion on audited financial statements in Canada is changing. It's much longer, and it actually starts right off the bat with the audit opinion, and there's an elongated section in the auditor's report that explains the responsibilities of both the auditor and those charged with governance and management. So Appendix number 4 provides you a summary of what some of those changes are, and you will see that new audit opinion this year attached to your financial statements. So it'll be a 2-pager instead of a 1-pager, and a longer list of responsibilities for the auditor. So I think my friend Paula chose the right time to go east. So that concludes my formal comments on our pre-circulated report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions from council? Sure. Right, so Bruce, go ahead. Okay.
Just we need to make a motion then to make this 2018, we call it the audit service plan that was just presented. We need to make that public.
Okay.
So just need to make a motion for that.
Okay, so moved by Bruce, seconded by Willie. All those in favor? Any questions on that at all, guys? And any questions for Pina or Paula? Nope. All right. And I don't have any questions either. Thank you so much for coming in, and we appreciate the work that you're doing.
Great, thank you very much.
Have a fantastic retirement, Paula. Yeah, we did. Okay. Next, we've got Dr. Steve Russell, and he's from the Oak Ridges Hospice of Durham. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mayor Barton and members of council for the opportunity to come to present to you an update on the Oak Ridges Hospice project. I'm a family physician in Port Perry. I've been there for 25 years, but also had the privilege of working at the Uxbridge Cottage Hospital during our year of shutdown during the fire, and was hosted by Dr. Jensen and her colleagues and warmly received by the staff, so I'm glad to be back here in Uxbridge. The Board of Oak Ridges Hospice would like to bring an update to council to bring you up to speed on our activities on behalf of the residents of North Durham. Oak Ridges Hospice of Durham Limited is a registered charity committed to establishing a residential hospice facility in Port Perry to serve all of North Durham. A hospice is a healthcare facility with a home-like environment that provides end-of-life care to patients suffering from a terminal illness during their last weeks or months of life. Services are delivered free of charge by a team of compassionate healthcare professionals and trained volunteers who provide 24-hour care and comfort, as well as emotional, spiritual, and social support to the patients and their family members. This model of care is available in several other communities across Ontario. There are now over 30 hospices across Ontario, and has proven to be a better alternative for end-of-life care than the traditional institutions of hospital or long-term care. It is true that palliative care is carried out in these facilities, but we recognize that these facilities are working at work capacity, and the hospice provides a more peaceful, tranquil environment and space for family to visit and come to terms with end of life of one of their loved ones. Hospice is also more cost effective. The approximate cost per day is about 40% of the care provided in a hospital. So not only is it better able to deliver palliative care, but it's more cost effective. Based on Durham Region's population and actuarial studies done actually some years ago, Durham would require 33 beds to provide hospice care. We currently have 0 beds. We've been working at this for 10 years now, trying to get this project going, and we're well on our way now and close to action. We have secured funding from the Ministry of Health for a 5-bed facility. There are 2 other groups in Durham Region that have also secured operational funding. Whitby has a group that plan to build a 10-bed hospice, and Clarington has a group that plan to build a 5-bed hospice. So that amounts to 20 beds, and that is the approved funding from the ministry to date. Our facility will be constructed with a 10-bed floor plan so that we can expand in the future to meet demand. We have secured operational funding, as I mentioned, from the Ministry of Health, and this will meet approximately 50% of our annual operating costs of the facility, and the remaining costs must be raised through fundraising. And this is true across Ontario without exception, that every community that has a hospice conducts fundraising to raise approximately 50% of operational funding. We launched our Building for Compassionate Care capital campaign just over a year ago, and our goal is to raise $6.6 million to fund the purchase of the property, the capital expenditures of building, and initial equipment costs, and then a sustainability reserve. To date, we've received donations and commitments of over $4.5 million from various individuals, corporations, foundations, and service organizations. We also qualified for a $1 million capital construction grant through the province's hospice capital funding program. Oak Ridges Hospice acquired a 4.6-acre property in Port Perry, the former school site of Immaculate Conception School, and we have plans to develop a facility that's approximately 12,000 square feet. I'm pleased to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Carly Jensen, and many will know that she's a family physician in Uxbridge, and we've collaborated over the years on palliative care training and the care of patients between our 2 communities. And also Michael McDonald, who's an executive director in the long-term care sector, previously with Reachview Village, but now with Lakeview Manor in Beaverton. And these two individuals, amongst others, have helped us to assess the need for a hospice facility and start some initial planning on developing our resources professionally as well as training. We'll also embark on a significant training program for volunteers, and we have the assistance of the VON Durham Hospice Organization, who already have an active training program. We'd like to continue to enrich our partnership with the Uxbridge physicians, and our facility will be open to admission of patients from anywhere in North Durham, and they can be cared for by their family physicians if the physician is interested in providing end-of-life care at our facility. So we'll be an open facility welcoming patients and their physicians from around North Durham, but we also have the capacity to have care transferred over to our physicians at the Port Perry site. We hope by meeting and presenting with Uxbridge Town Council our plan that we would like to educate and advocate and raise awareness in the Uxbridge Township for our facility, which will eventually serve residents from this location as well. We invite the Uxbridge councillors to be part of spreading the word and anticipate that Oak Ridges Hospice will be well known and supported throughout the community. We do have an event coming up, and it will be hosted in Uxbridge. This is in May, the first Sunday in May. This will be our second annual Hike for Hospice. Hike for Hospice is actually a national event that occurs in communities across the country who have a hospice. And we joined that movement last year and had 300 participants walking up to 5 kilometers. And we raised a whopping $40,000 in our first event. We're particularly excited about coming to Uxbridge and hosting our second annual event, and have made plans to host this at Elgin Park. And we're hoping to draw all the people from Port Perry and area who participated last year, plus an influx of Uxbridge enthusiasts, so that we can break records in attendance and also in fundraising. So we invite council to be part of that. It might even be possible for Mayor Barton to challenge Mayor Drew from Scugog to a friendly competition in fundraising and participation. We would invite council to help us promote the event, and are open to ideas on how that might best be done. So thank you for your time. I'm available for questions if there are any. And we do have a website, oakridgeshospice.com, which has a lot more information available to anybody who's wondering.
Thank you very much, Dr. Russell. And any questions from council before I have it? Oh, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I just, the daily cost, you said it was 40%, but what's the actual?
So the actual cost is in the neighborhood of $400 to $500 per day, and in a hospital it's $1,000 to $1,100 per day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And that is a cost to the system and the facility, not a cost to the residents. So care is free of charge. Care is free of charge, so there'll be no cost to patients admitted. Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Court?
Through you, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Russell. Just a couple of questions. Do you presently own that Immaculate Conception site, or are you planning to purchase it?
We own it.
You own it now?
Yes.
So that's part and parcel of the $6 million that you mentioned before?
Yes.
So that's already been accounted for, I guess?
Yes.
And it's to accommodate five beds?
5 beds.
Yeah. So where are you in the process of that right now? I understand
So
the fundraising component, but the actual build or reno or whatever you
So we've been working with an architectural firm and are preparing our site plan application, which should go in soon to the Township of Scugog.
Okay.
And then once we have approvals, we'll be ready to begin construction.
Have you asked them to assist you in that regard?
The township?
Financially and or
So
from
they've
a
been
planning perspective?
they've been exceedingly helpful in site plan application preparation.
Okay.
And we have had many meetings over the years about our site. And they've also just very recently agreed to provide capital funding of $150,000 over 4 years.
Okay.
So that's just been approved.
Do you have a timeline in place yet for opening or something like that?
So we would love
Assuming everything goes well.
we would love to have our site plan approved, receive permits, and start construction in the fall of 2019. And then we would be approximately a year before we'd be open and operating. So
Fall
those are
2020.
ballpark dates.
Great. Sounds like it's a wonderful idea, and I know we had a presentation, I think, last year or the year before, regarding this. So you're asking basically for use of Elgin Park. Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to that regard. Have you checked at all with our booking clerk to see if May the 5th is available or not?
Yes, we have, and I'll just look over to my committee members, and I'm
Everybody's
getting
nodding yes? Good.
a nod of approval.
Sometimes we get a request, and unfortunately
Yes.
it conflicts with something else, so I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor, if anybody else has any questions, but I think it's a great event, and hopefully the sooner the better we get this thing up and running would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Do you want, go ahead, Bruce.
Just a comment, I know Dr. Russell through our daughters playing hockey together and through our church, so thrilled to have him come in and make this presentation. I think being able to provide that end-of-life care, which many of us would have dealt with through various loved ones, and if we can have them in a situation, in an environment like that that's much warmer, much more comfortable, I think it'd be a great thing to have. When we get our new long-term care facility built in Uxbridge, it'll still have a waiting list, so there won't be room in a long-term care facility either, so there's not an opportunity there, so it's just more reason to support this. Steve, you've talked about asking for support, and I love the idea of a friendly competition to see how much more we can raise. Is there anything else that we can do as a township to support this initiative?
Maybe starting with the steep fees required for the use of Elgin Park. If we could ask for forgiveness on those costs, any costs that might be involved in the Hike for Hospice Day. But even more so, there are municipalities across Ontario that have contributed to their hospice facility in their area, and as you might imagine, many facilities are built as a regional facility that serve a number of municipalities, so it would be common for multiple municipalities to support a hospice project. And we do have to point out again and again, the way the system is designed, the Ministry of Health provides only a portion of funding, and it's expected that each community rise up and help build the hospice. In fact, most communities fund entirely their capital building. And secondly, the ongoing operating costs, each community has to raise about 50% of those costs on an annual basis. So it would follow a precedent that municipalities like Uxbridge would support either the construction or the ongoing operating costs of the hospice to whatever degree that's possible. And we were able to talk to Scugog, who have stepped forward and helped us in a significant way.
Because we certainly have a history of partnering on joint ventures, for lack of a better term, with Scugog, things like the animal shelter, right, where we would be doing that already. So can't make a motion to do that, but it'd be worth investigating, even if through nothing else, through conversations with Donna to see. We've got other challenges ahead of us, plenty of budget challenges. We've also got the hospital project coming on, so I'm not sure, is there anything we can do? Before you comment, does the region...
The Region of Durham has also committed to funding, and that's based on a percentage of our construction costs, and it's approximately $350,000 they've committed to.
What about adding it to the budget list?
So that was going to be my suggestion. Okay. So Gord, if you would take a friendly amendment, so how about we get a motion to give Elgin Park on May the 5th for free, and then send a funding request to budget so we can look at it. And would you want to second that, Bruce?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Any other add-ons to that, Gary? Gord?
Could you provide us with the proposal you did to Scugog Council?
Yes.
If you can make that available to us.
Be glad to.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Willie.
I'll make that amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks.
Normally when we've been providing facilities or some of our locations, we've talked about insurance as well on this, so would we be giving this with insurance, or would we be asking to cover their insurance?
Yeah, do you have that already as an organization? Did you have insurance for your last event?
Yes.
Okay. So that, you'll have to work out the details with our staff, but that's, as long as you've got insurance, we don't have an issue with that, and we'll provide the facility free of charge, and then I'll work on how I can compete with Mayor Drew. I'm a little worried. She's a tough woman, but I'll do my best to compete.
I'm sure you're up to the challenge, Dave.
I'll do okay, I think. But anyway, we obviously want to be part of this. We support the vision. We all know that it's a much better way to leave this world in that type of environment. So thanks for taking on this project. Anything else from council? Okay. So all in favor of Gord's motion? That's carried. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Russell. Thanks for coming in, Carly. Committee. All right. Next, we've got Andrew. Do you have Courtney with you or no? Just you. Okay. So next we've got Andrew from Hemson talking about our development charges study. You can go wherever you want. Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back again. Again, my name is Andrew Mirabella, Senior Consultant at Hemson. I was here, I guess, a few weeks ago now to give Council a bit of a Development Charge 101 session on all the background information related to development charges and specifically the Township's bylaw. The purpose really of today's meeting is since that time we've gone back and had some further discussions with staff and have calculated the draft development charges for the Township. The purpose of really today's meeting is, again, a second information session. No specific decisions related to the bylaw or the rates are being made today. From this point, just to be clear, we will then proceed to prepare a background study subject to obviously the comments that we received today, and there is still a statutory public meeting, and then subject to that is the actual bylaw passage. So there is still quite a bit of time in terms of the process, in terms of where we're going, but certainly we have a bylaw expiry, and these are all the necessary steps in order to do that.
Thanks.
So just to give a bit of an overview here of what we're going to be discussing today, we'll go over the draft development forecast, which we have prepared for the purposes of this study. We'll briefly go over the historic service levels and the analysis that we've undertaken in order to calculate the development charges that we have. We'll go over the draft capital programs in terms of the key projects that we are funding through development charges for the purposes of this study. And we'll go through just a refresher that not all costs or all projects that we even are identifying are all fundable through development charges in the planning period. There are certain deductions and statutory requirements which you have to be aware of. Some of the issues that we're going to be considering in terms of the bylaw itself, policy areas, specific changes or proposed changes to the policies that are currently in your DC bylaw. Prior to the Township undertaking the background study now, the Region of Durham is just done their background study in their bylaw last year, so there are some differences in terms of the bylaw that they prepared and some of the notions that were in there that are different from the Townships, and we may want to move towards some of those Region of Durham bylaw changes. And then we'll just cap off with some next steps and what we're going to be looking forward to in terms of timelines on a go-forward basis. So just in terms of looking at the preliminary development forecast, we have looked at everything here on a township-wide basis. For the purposes of calculating development charges, everything's on a 10-year planning period from 2019 to 2028 for all eligible township services. The population, household, and employment forecasts here really reflect the recent census, building permit, and employment figures. The Region of Durham obviously has their official plan, which sets out population and employment targets. Those targets are being met in terms of population and employment by 2031, and actually in the particular case of employment, it's actually being slightly exceeded from that point just relative to existing census data that we see now. So we made some of those adjustments to the forecast going forward. When we talk about development charges, everything on the non-residential side is charged on a $1 per square meter basis or square foot basis. So therefore, the employment forecasts that we see actually get translated into space forecasts. And those employment forecasts that we're going to talk about in a few minutes, you'll see that they actually translate, and we've allocated them onto a non-residential GFA basis, and that's simply for the purposes of calculating the rates. So just looking at the actual draft development forecast, I think before we actually get into the numbers, it's good to just show illustratively kind of where things have been going and tracking over the last number of years. So looking back from 2006, then kind of to that dotted line in the middle there up to 2019. There's obviously been a fairly consistent trend of growth. And what we're doing in this particular period over the next 10 years is really continuing that trend line of obviously increasing population, household, and employment growth over the period. And again, those are all done in order to meet the targets and the planning targets that are outlined in the official plan. And you'll see with the population, particularly looking at population closer to about 24,000 some odd people by the end of the period in 2028. So in terms of your population and households, for the purpose of this study, we are looking at growth in total occupied dwellings, so total households of just over 1,000 new units over the 10-year period. So growth of about, on average, of 100 new units per year, which is quite consistent with what we've seen in recent trends over here in the township. That being said, we have been a little bit more cognizant of the first 5 years of the back in that period to be a little bit more conservative than the 100 units per year, simply because that's going to be the 5-year period where the collections are based on. The bylaws that we are proposing here are on a 5-year basis. We are taking a bit of a more conservative approach in terms of our immediate term of the growth forecast. Units of about 1,100, looking to about 8,900 units by 2028. And I guess what's also important to recognize is the distribution and the location of new units within the township. 860 units of the 1,000 the single and semi-detached unit dwelling form. So still a predominantly ground-related type housing units in the municipality, and that's obviously very consistent with what we are seeing currently, but there is going to be a bit more of a shift to medium and high-density type developments over the period. What that means in terms of population is about a growth of about 2,100 people over the planning period, moving to about 23,600 in terms of population by 2028. And I will bring your attention to the kind of the bottom kind of line there is a population growth in new units of 3,200, and that's very specific calculation related to development charges, where we look at the amount of people that are going to be occupying those new units relative to the census population, which takes into account a decline in your existing household size and existing base as people kind of move out of the township or unfortunately die off, and just a general decline in terms of the overall census population. So that looks at things on the population and household side of things. In terms of the employment growth forecast, we're looking at about 750 new employees over the planning period, moving to about 7,600 employees by 2028. And as I mentioned, the employment forecast, what we're looking at in terms of new employees, then gets translated into new non-residential building space in terms of square meters for the purpose of calculating the charge. And we're looking at about 48,000 square meters of new non-residential building space is going to be constructed over the period, and we could translate those employment to non-residential space on general floor space per worker factors, which we see consistent with many other municipalities, and those factors are pretty consistent from place to place and certainly similar to what we're seeing in the region of Durham. Most of that employment, though, when we're looking at new non-residential space, will be in the form of your employment land type development in terms of the new GFA at about 37,000 square meters. So just looking at it in terms of once we have the development forecast here, we have our service level analysis, and that looks at the 10-year historic service levels in order to calculate new development charges. And the maximum allowable charges for services are based again on that average service level provided in the preceding 10 years. So we look at that period from 2009 to 2018. And it's calculated by multiplying the 10-year historic service level by the forecast growth in the 10-year planning period. And effectively that establishes the development charges ceiling. And development charges are explicitly cannot be higher than that particular ceiling, which you've calculated relative to the 10-year historic service level, except for the services, well, township engineering, which includes some of the roads. But generally speaking, your soft services and your general services, such as your parks and recreation, your library, are bound by that 10-year historic service level and that maximum allowable funding envelope. So just looking at the development-related capital program, a bit of an overview here. The programs itself have been developed in consultation with township staff, and obviously which is predominantly based on the budget and a lot of the projects that we're going to go over here, obviously you've seen before and are quite aware of. Council, through the preparation of the background study and the adoption of the bylaw and the study, must express its intent to undertake the capital works for them to be included in the development charges study. And the capital costs that we've kind of put in the capital program and in accordance with the DCA are required to be adjusted in accordance with the DC legislation. So any grant subsidies and other contributions which we're anticipating to be receiving in order to carry out the programs have been accounted for and adjusted in the capital costs. Any benefit to existing or replacement shares, as I mentioned, there's going to be components of projects that are required as a result of development, but there may be some benefit to the existing community or replacing an existing component of the asset. And those particular have been accounted for and deducted from the total gross project cost, bringing down the amount that's actually fundable through development charges. Any available development charges which you have previously collected DCs on for growth that's already occurred are then applied to the projects that occur first in the capital program. In accordance with the DCA, there's a 10% statutory reduction for all general or soft services, things such as, again, like I mentioned, library or parks and recreation. We can't fund the full capital cost through DCs. There has to be a 10% statutory reduction, and that deduction is taken into consideration. And any shares of project that benefit or deem to benefit development beyond the planning period of 10 years have been allocated for post-period development and can be recovered through subsequent DC studies going forward. So at a very, I guess, high level here, I think the graph quite illustrates at least a summary of the total gross program that we're looking at over the 10-year period. And we're really looking at about a $64 million capital program, and certainly very heavily weighted towards two specific service areas, which is quite consistent with your existing study and what we've seen very many other municipalities as well, where your parks and recreation and your township engineering are really the bulk of that program, representing close to $60 million of that program. And I think what I like to point out here as well is that the different colors here, but there's the blue bar there, which is your blue component, and that's your 2019 to 2028 DC collections. And that we're anticipating about $17 million of the total $64 million actually to be what's going to be collected from development charges over this planning period. So when we do look at that $64 million, obviously it's quite a significant number, but after all those deductions and after all those considerations that we talked about, $17 million is what actually is the amount that gets funded or can be funded through development charges under this particular study. And there's also a range of other components in there, grants and subsidies, which is your purple bar, representing also a fairly sizable component of that, of about $21.2 million. And those are largely kind of driven on two specific projects, being the Uxbridge Pool, as well as the Broxbury Culvert, which we've allocated grants associated for. And again, your other components of the project being your available DC reserves, your post-2028 collections, and as well as your tax-supported component of about $11.9 million. So again, there's a shares of program, which can't be funded from DCs, and if they can't be funded from development charges, the balance of those costs have to be funded from non-DC sources, which are going to most likely fall to your tax base. So just to give a bit of an overview here of some of the key development-related capital projects, and I've broken it out by service category and some of the timing. I will focus just on the big one, not to go over line by line, but effectively in terms of your general government, we are looking at obviously any studies that are required as a result of growth. And again, just to be explicitly clear that not all of the projects here that are listed are being entirely funded through DCs, and there's shares of them and components of them that are going to be tax supported or funded from grants or other sources as well. So in terms of your general government, as I mentioned, your development charge study, for example, the one that we're currently undertaking is a development-driven project, and that's included in the capital program along with some of the other projects there, active transportation plan and new zoning bylaw or your official plan reviews. In terms of library services, there's a library audit study which is going to be undertaken in the short term. We've included a provision for expansion of the Uxbridge Public Library in the capital program, which is obviously quite dependent on the results of the audit study, which can be, if it dictates that additional space is required, then the actual provision is included in the capital program at this time for a later time in the planning period, closer to the end of 2027. and we've included additional collection materials throughout the period over the 10-year period. Fire and rescue, obviously there has been a fire station which was recently constructed, so the debt payments associated with that fire hall have been included in the capital program, both principal and interest combined. A new tanker in 2019. We've included for the aerial truck, which is replacing the 1999 pumper, but there's certainly an upgrade in a DC element to that, and that DC element is included in the capital program. And there's also a water main upgrade associated with the building facility itself, which will be included in the capital program. For animal control, the largest or the single most project in there is the new animal shelter in 2020. Certainly just the portion of the project costs which are associated with Uxbridge's share is included in the capital program. The share of costs related to Scugog's portion will not be included in this particular study. Your Parks and Recreation is largely dominated by the construction of the new Ux pool, which will replace the existing pool that's currently in service in the municipality. So the Fields of Uxbridge upgrades as it relates to new tennis courts and lighting, as well as some other provisions for costs and projects which are identified in the previous study, as well as through the township's capital plan. We have a provision for active transportation projects to occur for over a 5-year period from 2020 to 2025. And we've also included various parkland and trail development costs over the 10-year capital program. In terms of your public works services, we have your expansion of your storage building in 2020, provision of future expansion for land acquisition in 2021, as well as a new sand and salt dome in 2022. A portion of that sand and salt dome, though, is replacing the existing services. So, again, there's a very limited component from what actually can be recovered through DCs. And then the last kind of service category is your township-wide engineering, which again forms with Parks and Recreation the biggest component of the rates, which we'll see in a few moments. Generally speaking, we have paved road constructions on Front Street and Cemetery Road. We have some changes from your gravel maintenance and hard servicing over the period, over the 10-year period. New sidewalks, and then obviously certainly the two are significant projects here is the Brock Street culvert, kind of going to be occurring in the very short term, as well as the Davis Drive culvert. So keeping in mind those capital projects and the DC-related share that we talked about relative to the growth that's going to be occurring in the township over the next 10 years, we have calculated the maximum allowable township-wide residential development charge rates, and non-residential will come on the following slide. But effectively speaking, I guess two important components here that I want to make. Obviously, the range of rates is located on the far right table. Your single and semi-detached unit is calculated to be just over $15,000, and the rates are differentiated by unit type relative to the occupancy patterns of each of the individual units. So your rows and multiples is about $10,800, and your apartments are just over $7,000 per unit. The actual distribution of the rates themselves is on the pie graph there, and the township engineering and your Parks and Recreation component represent again the significant component of the actual rate, close to 90% of the actual total development charge. And that's, you know, when you look at the previous bar graph that I showed you in terms of which of the areas that are actually showing all the capital projects and the DC collections, it's largely related to those two specific service areas, and then that translates into the actual rates themselves over here. On the following slide is the draft calculated maximum allowable township-wide non-residential DC rates, and they're calculated to be about $54.77 per square meter. What we have here is really service categories of 3 specific: general government, fire and rescue, and township engineering. And on the non-residential rates, it's really largely an engineering type charge. Things or areas such as Parks and Recreation or library services, for example, aren't considered in the non-residential DC rate structure, as those are specifically related to, driven by new residential development, so they don't actually get a share of the cost here. So when we actually look at, if this were to be a pie chart, it'd be well over 90% in terms of your township or engineering related driving this rate increase or this rate over here. So what does that actually mean relative to your existing charges? So currently there's the charge in place is about $11,400 for a single and semi-detached unit. The calculated charge that we have here is just over $15,000, so it represents an increase of about 32% or $3,600. There's a few, I guess, within the actual distribution of the rates and the rates themselves, a couple items I would like to bring to attention. First off, there currently isn't a charge for general government, library, or public works in the current rate structure. Under the new calculated rates, there will be a new charge for them, and that's included obviously in that $15,000, and that's just a result of there's actually specific development-related projects that are going forward, and the reserve funds on hand aren't greater or bigger than the development-related capital program, so we are funding a portion of that through the rates themselves. And again, your township engineering still represents the largest component, as well as your parks and recreation. Those two combined represent close to over $13,000 of the total rate that we have. And again, these are the maximum allowable calculated rates. Council has the authority, obviously, to adopt rates at any rate other than this one, but just can't be higher. It has to be the maximum or the lower of the two. Certainly, from a policy standpoint, we obviously recommend that the maximum allowable rates are the ones that are adopted in order to ensure that the capital program is properly funded. So I think it's important to bring the context of the calculated rates that we have here relative to the total Region of Durham charges and the township-wide. Obviously, again, as I mentioned in my previous session, the Region of Durham rates are the most substantial rates that one were to pay when they pay for it. So the total charge per unit currently with the Region of Durham laid on, and this again, this excludes your education development charges, but just the upper and lower tiers is about $42,500. The draft calculated charge would bring it to about $46,000, which on a cumulative basis between both the Region of Durham and the township's rate, the rate increase that we are showing is less than 10% at about 8%, as the Region of Durham's bylaw has just recently been passed, and that's, those rates will be enforced subject to annual indexing provisions, but will be enforced for the next 4 years. In terms of the non-residential rates here, we are seeing the calculated charge is about just over $54 per square meter. The current charge is about $30 per square meter, so a difference of about $24 per square meter. Percentage-wise, obviously sounds a little bit larger at about 82%, but it is a $24 increase in terms of the total charge per square meter. You know, for this particular one, again, the $54 is a very small component of the actual total cumulative charge that one would pay for a commercial unit developing in Uxbridge. The Region of Durham charges closer to $200 per square meter, so currently it's about $229 per square meter for a commercial unit. With the calculated rates, it moves it up to about $253 per square meter. So cumulatively about 11% increase in the total rate from what one would pay. So for the next set of comparisons here, how does the Township of Uxbridge, in terms of the rates that we have currently calculated relative to the ones that are in force right now, and compared to some of your surrounding jurisdictions in Durham Region, as well as some of the northern communities in York Region, as well as kind of Peterborough and North Kawartha Lakes over there, in the actual chart here. We have the township's rates, the calculated ones, to be kind of in the lower end of the spectrum in terms of where you sit relative to other municipalities. And with the rates that we have calculated, it doesn't actually change your specific position within the comparison table. So even with the increase, you would still be below Oshawa, Clarington, Whitby, and Ajax, and well below any of the York Region municipalities. And when I guess, you know, I could put more York Region municipalities on here, but it's a bit of a moot point where the total regional charge for them is greater than all the rates that we have in Durham Region. So, you know, without actually layering in what the specific lower tier rates were. So, including some of the bigger cities as Vaughan or Markham, which is kind of exaggerate that a little bit more, and they would be on the higher end and over $100,000 per year. But certainly what you have here in terms of Uxbridge's rates are quite competitive with what we see in some of the other regional jurisdictions in Durham. And I guess the only other thing I will point out is that both Scugog and Brock, I know your direct neighbors, are undertaking the exact same study, and all being undertaken by Hempson, which will all be passed within the next few months. And those rates are going to council in the next week or so as well. And they are seeing similar type increases, similar type pressures, or will be seeing them at least in our view at this moment, but the rates themselves, obviously, I can't share at this time. Just in terms of the non-residential sector, the commercial rate comparison, the current rates, again, in terms of relative to the calculated rates, they are going up on the township side and will be, I guess, slightly higher than the town of Georgina's at this point, but again, still very competitive with areas such as Scugog and Ajax and Clarington, as well as competitive with Brock, and kind of significantly lower than what we see in areas such as East Gwillimbury or King Township. So just in terms of the actual policies themselves and the bylaws, certainly the statutory and non-statutory exemptions provided in the 2014 DC bylaw. We have this list of statutory exemptions which you have to include as part of the Development Charges Act. Then you have your discretionary exemptions, which the bylaw currently includes, for which development charges are not applied to, such as hospitals, farm buildings, places of worship, university, any non-residential development involving the creation of accessory uses containing less than 10 square meters of GFA is exempt. And then the biggest one is your industrial development exceeding 930 square meters of gross floor area is also exempt from development charges under the existing bylaw. So a few things that perhaps we should be looking to consider in regards to updating the bylaw and some of the specific policies that can be amended in this forthcoming DC bylaw update. The first kind of point is really aligning the township's DC policies with the region of Durham's development charges bylaw, which was recently passed in 2018. So there's a 50% industrial mention. So under the Development Charges Act, building is exempt from the payment of development charges. The region has amended that and expanded it to include that enlargement of the building does not need to be attached to the existing industrial building. It just has to be on the same site. And that's one area that the township's bylaw does not currently apply for, have that provision in there. But in order to maintain continuity, if you wanted to, with the region of Durham's bylaw, that could be something that certainly we can do and can update. And I think from a staff perspective, that sounds like something that they would like to do. In terms of redevelopment credits, currently your bylaw has a 5-year provision for any redevelopment. So if you were to have a house and you knock it down, you have 5 years in order to rebuild it, where you would get a development charge credit. Under the proposer, the region, they have moved that out to 10 years. So you have, once you demolish a building, you have 10 years to redevelop that house, and you would then receive DC credits in that amount over the 10-year period. Again, that's some consideration for the township to move towards. And that's something it seems like from a staff perspective sounds like a benefit. And then the last point is a consideration for DC deferral on affordable housing, which is up to 18 months in the region's development charges bylaw. That could be something, again, that the township, if they would like to mirror, can do. I guess, just from a terms of a perspective of the quantum of the charge, again, the DC deferral payment would be on the region side right now, which is the largest component of the rate. One of the items which from a township perspective and looking to remove or perhaps amend is the removal of your discretionary development charge exemption related to the industrial development exceeding 930 square meters. So if that can, that's a policy initiative that can be removed from the existing bylaw. It's a non-statutory exemption, and it's up to the township staff and council in order to make that decision. Other than that, one particular change proposed, it's to maintain all your other discretionary exemptions listed in the previous slide. So your non-residential farm buildings and hospitals and that would still continue to be exempt from development charges. Just looking at in terms of some next steps here, obviously today is our council information session to present the rates, and we've done that. From this point in time, we will proceed to prepare the actual background study itself, and that background study will be over that February to early March period. We have to have the background study made available 60 days prior to the passage of a bylaw, so that will be made public in early to mid-March, and we'll be advertising for the public meeting towards the end of March. with the public meeting anticipated to occur on April 8th of 2019, with the target council passage of your bylaw by May 13th. The current bylaw expires on the 26th or 27th, but you know, there's a meeting on that day. We would rather not leave it to the absolute last day, so we are targeting kind of the council session before that in case we need to have another change to it, or if there's some comments, we can always go back on that subsequent meeting and pass the bylaw. That's the end of my, I guess, formal presentation. I apologize, it probably took a little longer than expected, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Go ahead, Todd.
Just on your previous slide there, the 10-year over 5-year deferral.
Yep.
How does that benefit us as a town, or does it benefit someone else? I'm confused a little bit on that.
Yep. To the mayor, that's a good question. The benefit is more on the applicant who would get who would be applying for the permit.
So if somebody's tearing down a residence, they now have 10 years to sit vacant on the lot?
Right. Yeah. And truthfully, a lot of that is going to be on the non-residential sectors where they would see the benefit. Sometimes it might take a little longer on the non-residential side to get the credits, or in order to go in and move through the process. Residentially, if it's a house, it's not as much of a concern, but yeah.
The reason I ask is I know we have several lots that have had homes that have been removed, and they're not well maintained.
Right.
And we get a lot of complaints in regards to that.
Okay.
So extending that from 5 years to 10 years, we'll be getting 5 more years of complaints.
Yep.
Perhaps council could consider, though, 5 years on residential and 10
Yep.
years on
Yep.
downtown, because the 10-year downtown can actually be a really good incentive for properties. Let's say Peck Shell as an example. If it took a long time for that to get cleaned up, all of a sudden the DC credit would no longer be available. So that may be something you want to consider.
Yep.
Yeah, I can certainly see a difference between the two.
Yep.
Yeah, and the goal here is to make sure that we're encouraging our residents and our businesses to do the right thing. We don't want to penalize them for doing the right thing. So flexibility might be the right thing in this case.
Right.
Any other questions, Gord?
Yeah, through you. Thank you for your presentation, Andrew. Just a couple of questions. Why did you break out township engineering from public works? Is there a statutory reason for that? Because to me, they're kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Through the mayor, so we both treat them as services related to a highway, and we, under the public works side, we just, consistent practices to include public works as a separate item, and township engineering as it includes your culverts and more road-related items. They are a bit different, and your public works is really just looking narrowly at the buildings itself and the fleet and vehicles associated with it.
So are we mandated to make them separate categories, or did you just do it for convenience, or?
It's consistent with your practice and the way your development charge reserve funds are set up.
Okay.
You can look at it separately, but we do have to make allocations for the way the funding envelopes are calculated and what you can actually fund through DCs. So we have done it just for transparency purposes in that regard.
As you know, there's been a lot of discussion around affordable, accessible housing and deferral on DCs, not only at our level, but at the region as well.
Right.
Does that affect at all our future DC study, or does it, in other words, if we incentivized a developer to provide that type of housing, and we're going to say, okay, you have, you know, a deferral on DCs or whatever, and it goes beyond the 5-year horizon, what effect does that have on our present study or proposed study?
Through the mayor, any deferral payments obviously just have a cash flow type effect in terms of the way the charges would be collected.
So would we have to reaccount for it on the 5-year horizon for the next study, or how does that play?
Yeah, it would just be a shortfall in terms of what you would collect in this interim period, and then if you were to be collecting at a later period, then those funds would then be collected. So it may have an effect in terms of some of the timing of the projects, but
so from an accounting perspective,
it may just be more of an accounting
perspective. Would we say it's just a shortfall on the reserve, or?
Yeah, you wouldn't have to refund it immediately because you would be collecting the funds.
Because you'd be going
right,
it
exactly.
beyond.
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you for your chart on comparison of other municipalities, at least at our level. It kind of dispels the myth that York Region and beyond are cheaper than Durham Region, which is evident that it's not.
Yeah, that's right.
So again, thank you for providing us with that information. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bruce.
It's really helpful, Andrew. Thank you. Through the mayor, just a couple of points just to clarify from my own understanding. On page 4, we talked about the growth of occupied dwellings going from 7826 to 8906. I'm just trying to do some quick math here. It looks like it's about 1.5% growth annually.
Okay.
Does that sound about right? How does that compare to other municipalities in the area?
Through the mayor, it's a bit of a tricky question to obviously answer. The relative growth of each individual municipality is subject to servicing requirements and rate of development and applications within them. You know, I think this particular rate of growth is consistent with what you've seen in your current kind of 10-year average and what you've seen here in the township of Uxbridge. But to try to compare it apples to apples with another municipality is quite difficult to do that.
We wouldn't be able to compare it to the likes of Scugog or Brock or
No,
Pickering?
I know what they're growing at, but you know, Scugog is in a very different position right now, where they have just received their plant expansion and they have a lot of development going on in the Port Perry area, right?
Yeah.
So they have quite a bit of development, and so much more front loader than perhaps the townships would be at this particular time. Similar to the township of Brock, they've experienced lower type development than you have. So their development forecast would be on the lower end of what you're seeing here.
Okay.
But again, those are very specific to those specific jurisdictions.
Right. Okay. And just one other thing, on page 12, we talked about the charges depending on the type of the building. Just remind me, I think you may have brought this up in your previous presentation, but what is special care?
So I'd be any kind of, I would have to double check your actual specific bylaw, but it would look to be those types of special or old age homes or old retirement home type community units. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
And then just a question from me. At any point, this council can change our fee schedule here with DCs. So if there was an important project for us, we can waive the DCs at any time, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
That's incorrect, okay.
Yes.
So, good. No,
So development charges, once the bylaw is passed, development charges can't be waived on an ad hoc basis.
Okay.
You would have to make a formal amendment to your bylaw.
Okay.
And the amendment to your bylaw would then require a full background study and public meeting and the same process that we're doing right now.
Okay.
That being said, the amendment process, if you're, for example, wanted to, in 2 years' time, completely exempt industrial development, it would be more of a policy change rather than a calculation change.
Okay.
So the extent of the background study is not to what we're going to be preparing as a more fulsome update.
Yeah.
You can assume a lot of the same assumptions. It would just be a change or a policy change to your bylaw, but subject to still we'd have to go through the background study, a public meeting, the notice requirements, and so forth. So it would still be a 3-month, 4-month process before that actually could be done.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
No problem.
Oh, and that was actually where that question came from. In terms of special care, so if we had a long-term care facility, we would have to change this bylaw now to waive development charges before we got the application.
Correct. Any changes that would, in terms of what would one would pay, they would have to be made at this bylaw, so it would be in effect for at that time. You can always enter into deferral payment agreements, and many municipalities have done that, where you would defer the payment of development charges, and specifically for things such as hospices, for example, where they can defer the payment of DCs until it turns into some other unit type or turns into to the point in time it maintains a palliative care facility. And the moment it changes to from a palliative care, DCs would be applied. So there's languages and things like that that can be done.
Okay.
But you know, that's written in your bylaw, the deferral policies. But the specific terms of that agreement have to be passed by council and have to be obviously worked out with the applicant.
Okay. Here you go.
Another question, in regards to if there was a doctor's facility located, let's say, on the property of Uxbridge Cottage Hospital, as an example, would they be considered special care if it basically has doctor's offices, or no?
I don't believe that would be considered a special care.
If council wanted it to be, then they could be clear on that?
It has to be as part of the definition section of the bylaw. So we have to go back to the actual bylaw itself and be very prescriptive in terms of what's actually included in there.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? No.
Could I just build on your thought there about long-term care or any other thing that we're trying to entice to come? If we, just to understand, if we wanted an exclusion, we'd have to we could put in a specific exclusion now. Would that be right? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong guy. Yeah. So,
Yep.
do you see where my question's going? So
Through
if
the
we
mayor.
wanted to encourage some particular activity, we could name a specific exclusion during this process.
The bylaw has to be very prescriptive in identifying the types of service or the types of categories it would exempt.
Okay.
So if we're, again, you're exempting an industrial development, the definition of industrial is identified in the bylaw. And then anything that falls into that definition of industrial development would then be categorized for exemption under the development charges bylaw. And then once that is in place, under that bylaw, it cannot be changed unless the bylaw is amended.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then just as a further point, we always do recommend that certain specific, like the development charge bylaw is very prescriptive and it shouldn't be a tool used to exempt specific items. You can use other policy tools in order to do that. We just gotta be clear that anything, again, that's under DC umbrella, it's very legal and there's a form to it. So you can't, make very many changes, not very much wiggle room within that. It's very prescriptive document.
Go ahead, Don.
Sorry, Andrew, just one question. Can you be clear that if we do exempt certain organizations from DCs, that the taxpayers have to make up for that shortfall? You can't ask other developers to make up for it?
Through the mayor, and that's a very good point, yes. So under the Development Charges Act, any exemptions are then funded through the tax base, and the township would have to replenish the reserve funds or the lost revenue associated with that development. So there is a consequence in terms of the amount of money that can be collected. And then again, to Donna's point, yes, it would create obviously a cash flow, short-term cash flow issue, and those funds would have to be replenished and funded by other sources, namely taxes.
Okay, no other questions now. Let me just see. Okay, so there's some goals that this council want to accomplish over this term, and DCs may be part of it. So can I get a motion from a member of council to have staff take a look at our options for the hospital/long-term care in terms of DCs, and make sure that before we go ahead with this DC bylaw, that we've looked at that and make sure that we're all aligned? So can I get a motion to have staff do that? Okay, moved by Bruce, seconded by Pam. Any questions on that? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. All right, and I don't think there's any more questions, Andrew, but thank you so much for going through this and the training you did before. We've all learned a lot, so.
Perfect, great, thanks.
Yeah. Now, why don't we take a 10-minute break here? All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next, we've got Steve from SCS Consulting, and he's speaking on behalf of John Spina and the Bridgebrook Corporation. Now, and you can speak from here or from the podium. It's your call. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, good morning, Mayor Barton and members of council. My name is Steve Schaefer, and I'm a principal with SCS Consulting Group. We're an engineering consulting firm, and I am here on behalf of Bridgebrook Corp., the owners of 7370, which is this property here, Center Road, which are part of the Phase 2 growth area, which of course includes three main properties. I'm here specifically to speak to the Development Services Planning Report, DS0319, which is regarding the Phase 2 Uxbridge Urban Area Status Update, which we understand is coming to Council for your consideration on February 19th. We eagerly were awaiting the results of the population analysis, and we're very happy to see that not only is there capacity left in the plant for the Phase 1 build-out, but there is actually some residual capacity over today for Phase 2, and subject to further monitoring and upgrades to the plant for additional capacity in Phase 2. So that was great news. We were happy to see that. The report also then went on to recommend that there needed to be a careful analysis done of the Phase 2, or portions of the Phase 2 growth area. But we were very surprised to see that the report presupposed the distribution of the capacity for Phase 2 to one specific owner, part of that capacity, and that was specifically to this property here. Without doing a comprehensive analysis of the overall servicing potential for Phase 2 and everything that is involved together with that from a cost and infrastructure perspective, and without any input from the Phase 2 landowners. The report also went on to say that there is no ability for this property to be serviced through the existing sewer system. And we provided a letter with a technical analysis to the region and to the town to demonstrate that it in fact does have capacity in the existing sewer system, going down and through to the plant, for a similar amount of units that the first property, which has been suggested for immediate allocation, can have in that pipe system. So we would appreciate if the report could be updated to reflect that information. That would be much appreciated. And I just want to be clear that we're not here today asking for, one property be serviced over another property. That's not the intention of this delegation. This is to talk about undertaking a comprehensive servicing analysis for the entire Phase 2 area, all three properties, to demonstrate the most efficient servicing approach for the entire area, knowing that there is a limited capacity in the plant, and knowing that there is a limited capacity in the sewer system to accommodate the full capacity of the plant. And all of those items need to be looked at together. There may be areas which are better suited to use the existing sewer system. There may be areas that are better suited to use a private communal servicing system, which we understand in order to build out the entire area. And the region has informed us that, we will likely be looking at a private communal servicing system to deal with any residual capacity. One of these three areas may be much better suited to do that than the others. One of those three areas may be better to utilize the existing sewer system, which we know has limited capacity to take the entire wastewater treatment capacity. All of that needs to be looked at on a comprehensive basis before we can just simply allocate it to one party. We'd also like a chance to work with the region a little bit closer on looking at the wastewater treatment plant capacity. There were some opportunities looked at through the original EA process of maybe incorporating some other measures to increase the capacity, things like diverting some of the effluent to a subsurface discharge area, maybe some potential flow reductions in some of the new growth areas like a grey water system, which would help reduce some of the flows. There's a few things that I think can be looked at there that we can maybe have further discussion with the region and maybe increase some of that capacity without having to go to a private communal system. I guess in summary, presupposing the outcome of a comprehensive Phase 2 servicing analysis may unfairly burden individual owners and may result in a less efficient implementation of the overall Phase 2 growth areas. And as such, we would request that Council consider a modification to recommendation number 2 of Report 0319, outlined in our establish a fair and equitable comprehensive process for the evaluation of the servicing and phasing of the Phase 2 lands. And thank you for your consideration of that.
So, any questions from council? No. Bruce, any questions? Todd, this is your ward. Okay. No, and Steve, I think some of your questions will be answered with John, who's going to come after you. And just from my perspective, we want to make sure that we're growing in the right way here in Uxbridge. We're not in a big rush to get this done. At least this right, and when we're planning the future of Uxbridge, we're doing it appropriately. And you guys are a major landowner in the area, and we'll continue to talk to you.
Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we've got Ashley Mason from Mason Homes.
I'm going to go more old school.
Hey, that totally works. Oh, look at that.
They're big, but you know what? I think it's worth it.
Guys, while Ashley's getting set up, can we deal with item 158? This is the report from SCS. Can we receive that? Okay. Moved by Todd, seconded by Pam. All those in favor? That's carried. Go ahead, Ashley. Oh, and you've got a button. Yep.
Okay.
Now you're good.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Ashley Mason. I'm Vice President of Mason Homes Limited. Mason Homes is a family company that's owned and operated by the third generation of a building family. We're an award-winning builder, and we're known for excellence in energy efficiency. And I thought, I'd start with a little bit of history, because this is a new council, and some members of council I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet. Mason Homes has been in Uxbridge since 2001 when we purchased the lands, which you'll see up here. I have a pointer. So I'll just point it out for yourself. This is Phase 1, and this is Phase 2. As part of our Phase 1 construction in the early 2000s, we included a number of oversizing provisions for infrastructure to service the phase, am I okay? Is it? Thank you. To service our Phase 2 lands and the Bridgebrook lands across Center Road there. So we increased the size and the depth of the water main. The entrance into our lands off of Main Street was sized to accommodate our Phase 2 development and to carry a minor collector road across the lands. As well, the depth and the sizing of the sanitary services were also oversized to provide for our Phase 2 lands and the Bridgebrook lands on the west. Most importantly, in our opinion, Mason Homes transferred to the Conservation Authority in the town of Uxbridge lands between our Phase 1 and Phase 2, which meant lands that were from our Phase 1 land and our Phase 2 land, and improved those lands with the construction of a trail and footbridges over the creek, thereby completing a major section of the Uxbridge Trail that's now been in use for over 10 years. In 2006, Mason submitted a full application for our Phase 2 lands for 228 residential units. And these are the lands that are in the report that is coming to council and that we're talking about today. These applications were fully supported with all of the consulting studies, and ultimately we found that we were waiting for the region of Durham to come forward on the wastewater treatment question that we're talking about today. At that time, the region was conducting a multi-year study to evaluate the operation of the wastewater treatment plant. Between 2006 and 2008, we worked with the region and the township to review these applications and to address the constraints at the plant by engaging various wastewater treatment plant specialists and other sub-consultants. Bridgebrook today is suggesting this hasn't been done. In fact, it has been done. At that time, in 2006, the policy in the town was that 65% of the Phase 1 lands in the town had to be built before Phase 2 lands could proceed. By 2006, the township assumed that threshold had been passed. However, we've waited 14 years for this report today to be a definitive word on the number of development that has happened in Phase 1. By 2008, the region had completed its multi-year study. This is again with respect to our original Phase 2 applications. And we continued to work throughout those years with them and with the town. Ultimately, we appealed our applications to the OMB for lack of decision by the Region of Durham on the sanitary sewer issue. In the intervening 11 years, Mason Homes has continued to own and maintain its Phase 2 lands. We have continued to engage with the region and the township on new technologies being developed by Canadian companies in the wastewater treatment area. And we've continued to request confirmation of the amount of build-out of the Phase 1 lands and the capacity available in the sanitary plant for these years. We've always sought to work with the township and the region, and we've invested in this community and have long-term working relationships here. We've built close to 200 homes, a park, provided a major component of the Uxbridge Trail, and worked to preserve those conservation lands. We've been in this community for 20 years. We're not just arriving today. So the report that's on the agenda for 2 weeks from now that we're having the opportunity to talk about. First, we'd like to acknowledge the points put forward by the consultants for Bridgebrook. However, we believe those comments are ultimately designed to slow this process down. Bridgebrook's consultants are misinformed that another study or report needs to take place prior to the adoption of Resolution Item 2.0. The report that's before you today, and in particular Table 1, is the comprehensive servicing analysis of the 3 Phase 2 subareas. The report is in compliance with the official plan, and further analysis is not required. This is the culmination of 18 years of work by the township and the region. This is not something that's just evolved today. These are the facts, and I think that the staff that have been involved throughout this very long process understand that this has been the evolution of a lot of work, not a recent report. It's the final report. The detailed table in the report, Table 1 in the report, makes it clear that Mason Homes land satisfies the town servicing policy the best, and are positioned from a servicing availability standpoint to proceed with development, incurring the least amount of capital costs to the region and the township. No amount of additional study or analysis will overcome the fact that the Bridgebrook lands always required a sewer through the Mason Homes lands. This has been contemplated by the region and the town as evidenced in the oversizing already in the ground being used, which the region invested in. While creative, the other proposals to run a sanitary sewer up Center Street or pursue communal servicing will place additional and unwarranted long-term maintenance costs on the region and make the oversizing already in place through the Mason Homes lands a throwaway cost. We appreciate that Bridgebrook are new owners and were not part of the past 15 years of study and discussion and patience. However, their lands were contemplated and accommodated by the town and the region, and we really do need to move forward. So what we're asking for today, we're endorsing this study, and we're very happy, as Bridgebrook was, to see it come forward and speak to the population numbers for the township. This report is in compliance with the town's existing servicing allocation policy, as is clearly noted, quote, where there are competing applications for allocation, the criteria is the policy that we should use to determine priority. And when we look at that policy, Mason Homes has provided already today, not in the future, for the existing oversizing of roads, sewer, water lines. And we've given lands in anticipation for Phase 2 for conservation lands, walking trails, and footpaths. This report does not open the door to unfettered development in Uxbridge in any way. That control is still firmly in the control of the township and the region. However, the timing and planning components in this water treatment plant in the report have been in the region's budget since 2016. However, as we understand it, action has not taken place to start that work. So we're asking today, when this report comes forward in 2 weeks, that the town actively pursue the region to commence the work on the plan and bring that capacity and make it available. So in summary, we ask that the council support this report of staff and the long-term vision of the township that's been unfolding for the past 20 years. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, come on up, John. So this is John Preston. Okay, great. Thanks, John. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Barton and members of council. My name is John Presta with the Region of Durham Works Department. My role, I'm Director of Environmental Services, look after regional water supply and sanitary services around the region. I thought it would be good to provide some background on the regional systems to the new council today, and also talk about the water pollution control plant. So overall, the region has very large assets that supply water and sanitary sewerage to 8 lower-tier municipalities, approximately $8.8 billion worth of assets. We have 14 water supply systems and 11 water pollution control plants. In the Uxbridge urban area, it's serviced by the Uxbridge Brook Water Pollution Control Plant that provides sanitary sewerage. We also have a small sanitary sewage pumping station up at Sandy Hook. And in terms of water supply, Uxbridge is supplied by a groundwater supply system with 2 wells, Uxbridge Well 6 close to the hospital, and then Uxbridge Wells 6 and 7 by Bonner Park. There's also a in-ground water storage facility and Zone 2 pumping station up at the Quaker Hill Park on Center. In addition, there's the Uxville Industrial Park. This industrial park is only serviced with water supply. There's 2 wells on a property just north of Regional Highway 47, and also an elevated tank. And the properties are serviced by private sewage disposal systems. So in terms of sanitary sewerage assets, total value that service the Township of Uxbridge in the order of $91.4 million. Plant, pumping station, and 51 kilometers of gravity sewer and force mains. On the water supply side, approximately $80 million worth of water supply assets. Some of the current projects that we're working on currently, as you've heard, the Uxbridge Brook Water Pollution Control Plant, the optimization study, upgrades and rehab works, sanitary sewer replacement on Planks Lane, sewer replacement on Mechanic Street. In terms on the water supply side, we have we're looking at additional supply capacity for the groundwater supply system, and we're going to be doing work at Bonner Park wells. Also, there's upgrades with respect to the water SCADA system. SCADA system stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, that automates our water supply systems in terms of monitoring and ensuring that we can monitor our systems in terms of operations and alarms. Small water main extension for the fire hall in town, and also water main replacement on Planks Lane. In terms of the water pollution control plant, this is just an aerial view. It's off Main Street North. It currently treats all the wastewater in the urban area. It's a tertiary treatment plant, which means it's a very high level of treatment that the wastewater is treated to. Discharges to the Uxbridge Brook on the east side of the property. There's been several upgrades and expansions at the plant since the early 70s, since the region's taken over. And basically in terms of a tertiary treatment plant, what that means is that the water coming out is at very high quality. The Uxbridge Brook is a very sensitive water receiver, and so you need to make sure that the wastewater gets treated at a very high level. So what we've been doing, again, in terms of history, some of that history that was provided previously, but the environmental assessment for the plant was conducted between 1991 to 1996. As you see, it's not an easy endeavor. There was a lot of work being conducted during that time and a lot of consultation with the township and various stakeholders within the township. We looked at a number of alternatives in terms of diverting sewage to a larger wastewater system. At the time, in the early 90s, the alternative was connecting the township to the York-Durham system, which today would not be allowed and was a huge endeavor. In terms of the existing plant, we looked at obviously looking at discharging to the Uxbridge Brook, spray irrigation, subsurface disposal, and also looking at do nothing. But basically what came out of the EA in 96 was to discharge the Uxbridge Brook. That plant capacity, the plant was expanded to 5.2 million megaliters per day, which stands for megaliter is 1 million liters per day to be able to service. And the service population at the time was 11,500 for the system. Now with water conservation and usage, and as we've moved on in terms of plant performance, that number of 11,500 is now up to 15,000. So in terms of looking at how the plant, because the plant is discharging to a very sensitive water receiver, and since the environmental assessment, there was the Ministry of Environment created the Lake Simcoe Protection Act, which basically froze phosphorus loadings and limits on all the water pollution control plants within the watershed. So we were quite concerned about that in terms of future servicing, and we undertook a optimization study to see how we could ensure that when the plant gets to higher flows, that we could meet our effluent requirements under our environmental compliance approval. So there was lots of work done in terms of field testing, sampling over a 2-year period. We also had to replace one of the sand filters at the plant because it was not operating as required and due to age and operations. So through that process, in 2016, the process study determined that the existing facility can service a service population of 15,000 and continue to meet the regulatory requirements. Service population potential after a number of some upgrades to the plant that was identified through the study, which included oxygenation system. Basically, it's providing additional air to the water process in the aeration system as part of the wastewater treatment system, and also looking at how we deal with solids at the plant, because the wastewater comes in, we have to deal with not only the water, but there's also a solids component to that. So our objective is to look at meeting the regional official plan target for the urban area of 16,470 approximately, and the recommendation through that study was to proceed with caution, and that the region would go ahead with the upgrades and monitor the plant performance after the upgrades are done in order to ensure that we could meet the environmental compliance approvals and service the population as noted. In addition to the optimization study, there was a condition assessment study, because we're coordinating, we're going to be doing capital work on the plant. We want to make sure that we coordinate condition assessment work at the plant at the same time, because when you're doing the plant we can't shut off the plant. The plant has to be operational 24/7. So we're coordinating this work. We undertook a condition assessment of the plant. That was completed last year, and there was a number of items that we want to ensure they get done that are assessed as poor and critical at the plant, including with the oxygenation system upgrades and the solids upgrades. So currently, this year we have the schedule is to put out a request for proposal for the upgrades by mid this year. Detailed design will be undertaken 2020 to 2021, construction 2021 to 2022. This is a very preliminary schedule, and as I noted, it's very subject to change because we have to get all the approvals and ensure that all the financing is in place prior to us tendering the project. This is just as noted in the previous speakers, a map of the Phase 2 lands within the Uxbridge urban area. We are working towards a system, a solution that we can service the regional official plan target of 16,470 people. In terms of allocation, with those lands, there's various ways that you could service those lands, but in terms of allocation, my understanding is the township has a allocation policy, and that's as there's capacity available, the township can allocate that capacity. And that's it. Available for questions.
Okay, we'll start with questions from council. And I'd encourage, we don't get John here very often, so let's ask him anything that's on your mind.
Even if it's not about the plant.
What's that?
Even if it's not about the plant.
Go ahead, Bruce.
I'm aware of some activities going on with Helispice and their development, and I haven't got the details, but some challenges they've had in past council. Can you comment on their situation? Is everything factored into your calculations here? I know it's mostly about potential population, but we've got the significant activity with that industry as well.
Yes, we've been working with Helispice very closely since we've conducted the optimization study. They have a discharge agreement with us that allows them to discharge at a certain rate and quality of discharge. They've had some challenges trying to meet those discharges, but we're working very closely with them, and the numbers, yes, are factored in there in terms of capacity for the plant. Yeah.
Go ahead, Todd.
So, as a layperson, with all the numbers that we've heard today thus far, are we in a position that if we wanted to go ahead with building residential right now, are we able to do so? Before all of this that you've just mentioned, these studies or the next phase of upgrades to this system.
Okay, so currently the service population that is serviced by the plant is approximately, I'm just going to use round numbers, 11,500. So we've confirmed that you can service up to 15,000, and we work with the township staff in the region on reviewing the applications that come in on which one is ready to go and can sequentially be serviced. So to your answer, yes, some of them can proceed right now, but we do have that cap of 15,000.
Okay, and then the secondary question is, based on what we're seeing as far as these three properties, 3 lots. Yeah. Once you have completed what you've just proposed there, your 2022, are all 3 of those fully able to be built upon, or are we still under? Like, do you know what I mean?
So based on the development potential, if you take all 3 properties,
right,
we don't have enough capacity to service all those.
Even after?
Even after. We're sort of, our study is saying 16.47, however, please monitor the plant. Whether that can be stretched, I can't give you a definitive answer whether that can be stretched any further, because if you go back to the slide on the EA, the plant was originally designed for 11,500, and we've been able to stretch that, 30% as we speak. I can't guarantee anything beyond that unless we take a look at it more comprehensively in the future.
Okay.
So, and we have Liz here. Do you want to comment on phase 2?
Why is there phase 2? At the time that we did the Uxbridge area, the urban area secondary plan, at the end of the 1990s, it was determined that the capacity of the plant was 11,500 roughly, and there was much back and forth with the region as to whether that population could be accommodated in what is now known as phase 1, or whether there needed to be some additional land designated. The region's position at that time was that there was no need for additional land to be designated. The township's position was, but maybe there might be in the future, so let's designate it. And so we came up with this process, which is what you're dealing with, which is phase 2 is designated in the township plan and in the region's plan. But in order to go into it, you have to amend both those plans. We're now at a point, based on the numbers that we have and the knowledge that we have about the plant and how it's operating, that we can open that door to phase 2 a crack. That doesn't mean that there should be unfettered growth. That's not what is being recommended. It also, to reinforce what John answered, based on the information we have, there is no way that all of phase 2 can be serviced by the plant, as based on the information we have today. So basically there's enough information and we have enough confidence in it to say, yes, there's some potential for some development in phase 2. But that will constantly have to be monitored. It will constantly, it just has to be reviewed very, very carefully. And we're not just going to let it rip.
Thanks for that technical explanation. Todd?
So just as, again, clarifying, and by no means am I to be quoted that I'm looking to develop all of this land fully, but if we're looking at doing what you're saying, does it not make sense, or is there even the possibility of making the plant available to all of that, should we decide down the road? Or are we going to do, like you're saying, in the 1990s they said this much, and that phase 2 wasn't going to be a possibility. We know phase 2 is now started. Should we be looking to say, well, can we get the plant to a spot where it will be able to accommodate all of that eventually, even though we still have control over when that development happens?
So, and John spoke to that, and I'll let him finish, but it's about phosphorus loading in the Uxbridge Brook is the issue, but I'll let it come from the professional. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, if we were to look at anything beyond discharging to the Uxbridge Brook, and we did some of that work in the early 90s, we'd have to dispose of the treated water somewhere. So there's 2 options. There's spray irrigation or subsurface injection into the ground. So spray irrigation It's feasible, however, it's very land intensive, and you gotta be able to, store the wastewater in the winter, 'cause your system, MOE will only allow you to design your system for 100 days of the year. And so you gotta make sure you have full access to the property, the geological, information for the soils is correct to allow you to do that. So that option was discounted. The subsurface, infiltration, we did do additional work on that back in the 90s, and we looked at, injection at the, transferring the clean water from the plant, a portion of that, to the south into and allow it to infiltrate into basin regional forest. So that's about 7.5 kilometers, south to the forest, and we would, that's feasible, and you'd have to design the system to, ensure that it works every day of the year. So those are opportunities in the future that we'd have to look at and explore if you wanted to go to a higher population than 1647. But currently it's not in our development charges study, or, it would be growth beyond 16.4.
Questions over here? Go ahead, Gord.
Thanks, John, for your presentation. Just a question. Based on our planning applications, and I know they're vetted through your department as well, are you satisfied that Phase 1 has maxed out, if I can use that word? Should we even be considering opening the door to Phase 2, or are there still areas where you feel there could be additional need within the Phase 1 area?
I think I'll leave that to the,
I don't want you to speculate, I'm just saying.
But there's,
Is there
I mean,
room?
in Phase 1, there's, a number of lots that are not serviced right now, and we have to maintain that capacity.
Right.
Like in the Glen Acres subdivision, the sewers are there, it's just that people haven't connected. And there's, depending on what potential's in your downtown area, whether there's any redevelopment potential, and I know that was expressed previously with the township, they wanted to ensure that there was some intensification, remains for the downtown. In terms of how you wanna allocate that,
I realize that's our position,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm talking from a capacity point of view. Do you think that there would be enough to even consider going beyond the Phase 1 areas, based on what we know today? I mean, obviously that, you're hitting a moving target there, but...
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked, I couldn't say, like, definitively.
I guess where I'm going
because you'd have to look at each property. Yeah. I mean, you could,
each case
if
has
you
its
took a
own
number of properties and built 3 to 5 story, then obviously you can get the numbers up, so...
But again, just to add to
I haven't done that.
If you're gonna open the door to Phase 2, I mean, we have 3 developers who are in the room today vying for that additional allocation. So then it puts council in the position now, okay, well, if we've opened that door, how then do we distribute it amongst the group? So do we do it equally? Do we do it, based on some of the comments that we've heard this morning? I mean, that's always the challenge. And
yeah, all I can say is, and the region, like, normally the region allocates capacity on first come, first served. So once you have a registered subdivision agreement with us, that's when the capacity
I'm glad you brought
is locked
that
up.
That's where it was, yeah.
Township of Scugog went through this years ago, where they had a number of units available,
right,
and they spread it out throughout with the developers on hand, and nobody went forward. So I don't know, like, that's based on our experience. That's why we've left it, because the capacity is very limited in the northern communities in terms of how far we can expand our wastewater systems. We left that to the local municipalities to better direct how they want to see their community grow.
I know you mentioned a lot of this pre-work was done in the 90s over looking at other technologies. Has the region done any kind of updates on that as to, costs, differentials, what it would be to do the subsurface, the irrigation spraying, any of those kinds of things? Is it?
No, we haven't updated our costs, but I would suspect like back in the 90s, that alternative was in the 10 to 15 million dollar range, so I would
So it could be
suspect easily
substantially higher
double,
now.
like 25, 30 million dollars. But we have not done any costing on that. And there's also, like, we did do some groundwater work at the time in terms of hydrogeological studies, and I'm not sure, I would have to say that we most definitely would have to do more work in order to get the permits from the ministry. We couldn't rely on that 1990 study.
So
It could be
Gord-
substantial, is basically
Gord-
what
It
you're
could be,
saying,
yeah.
Gord, why don't we get Liz to answer that question? She's probably the best person in the room to answer it.
So, Gord, in responding to your question about phase one, as part of the work that we did, we looked very carefully with the region's assistance at what is the remaining development potential in phase one. And we have made assumptions about what the growth might be in the downtown, the Glen Acres. We know some of the developments that are coming forward, so that is all being factored in. But John is quite correct. So tomorrow, somebody comes in the downtown and proposes an 8-story building with, 200 units. That means that everything has to change, and that's why what we're proposing to council is that simply that you give us direction to work with the region to come up with official plan amendments, and part of that will factor in the fact that there still will be a preference given to phase one, and there will still have to be a lot of monitoring going on to make sure what the numbers are, so that if something comes in phase one, that you can accommodate it. And that it's, as you said, you've opened the door a crack to phase two, but it's not going to be phase two over phase one. It's still phase one over phase two.
If I could just follow up, would it be to our benefit to be banking allocation for phase one with these unknowns? As you said, if a developer came in and wanted to do a high intensity type of development, and we've already opened the door to phase two, we're stuck. We have no options, right?
So in effect, that's what we've done.
We have 200, as you know.
So if you base your official plan amendment on the study that we've done, we have in effect banked for phase one.
Right.
The question will be, have we banked sufficiently or not? And that will be something that we'll have to factor in. But I can tell you that my assessment of for instance, the population per unit assumptions that we're using are extremely conservative. We get them from the region. They're not ones that we would normally use for, say, the development charges studies, because they are so conservative. So even in that little assumption, we are in effect banking for phase one.
Yeah, and just a quick comment here. We want to make sure that as a municipality, we plan accordingly. We know that we're going to need a long-term care facility. We know we're going to need a hospital. We know we need accessible housing downtown. These are the things that we need to move forward with. We want to, and once the capacity's gone, it's gone. So if we give up capacity to phase two, then we can't go backwards. We can't then stop using the river for because of phosphorus loading. So just keep that in mind as we move forward here, Council. Okay, any other questions for, go ahead, Willie.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to John. Apologies, I'm not poking the bear when I asked this question. Given the timelines that we've been on for this study and everything, are you happy with the timeline that we're giving? It seems like it might be a little bit long, or it seems like it might be drawn out. Is this kind of a normal timeline to evaluate this? Is this the right process?
Yes. I mean, could we do it a little bit faster? We always, we could, but we do have to follow a certain process in terms of procurement of services. Each municipality has their processes, public processes that they have to follow, but As you can see, the EA took 6 years, just the EA, and it just takes time. The optimization study, at the start of the optimization study, we found out partway through that we had to replace the sand filter, so we had to start the design on that, go out to tender and get that constructed before we could move on. But yes, it has been a long time, and these things do take time to.
And another question from me. So our issues with long-term capacity, it's all about the wastewater side. We have enough water for Uxbridge to grow?
Well, we don't have it, you don't have it currently, but we're not too concerned about on the water supply side, because Uxbridge is situated in a great area in terms of groundwater capacity and aquifers, so we're not too concerned. But ultimately, I didn't put up all the other projects that are required for the full build-out, but there's an expansion of the storage facility at Quaker Hill that's required, and we probably need a couple more wells because we want to make sure we have standby capacity at our water supply system. But we're confident we can proceed. There's capacity in terms of water supply.
Okay, excellent. And then one further question. You talked early in your presentation about the industrial park. We have a water storage tank there, and we've got 2 wells or 1?
2 wells, yeah.
2
One
wells.
standby, and we use 1, yes.
Okay. So with that, could we expand that industrial park if the situation changes with the province?
Yeah,
in terms of capacity?
Yeah, there's right now, there's the current users are not using as much capacity as within the system, based on the companies that are there right now. So if there was if there was planning approval in terms of changing the service area, there is potential to service additional lands.
Okay. Thank you very much. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, with larger lots, septic tanks are a possibility, so that would increase the growth prospects.
Yeah, you would need, for private septic systems, you need a larger lot, because you need a space for the private sewage disposal system, and you also need area for, in case there's a replacement.
Second one, yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing is, being a rural township, we have thousands of septic systems, and when these systems are pumped out, what happens to the sewage?
They're registered haulers that pump out septic tanks, and then they get delivered to one of our plants. We don't accept septage at the Uxbridge Brook plant. We accept it at the York Durham plant in Pickering, Whitby, Oshawa, and Bowmanville plants. So.
I have a couple of constituents that when and there's a sod farm very close to these people. And a few years ago, the sod farm used to start injecting sewage into the ground to make the grass grow green. But unfortunately, it poisoned the wells.
Oh, okay.
So the wells are not usable. What's the solution?
Well, the private haulers, they do have the option of land application, as you mentioned, but they have to get approval through the Ministry of the Environment for each site that they want to use to do that. So if there's any problems related to that, you'd have to speak to the Ministry of Environment, and if their well's contaminated, obviously they either have to drill a new well or put on a treatment system. But those are the options.
Well, a treatment system is worth about $10,000.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, any more questions for John, or are we good?
I just wanted to say, we were speaking previously, if Council wants to take a tour of the water pollution control plant, we can arrange that when the weather's a lot warmer.
Okay, perfect. I took a tour in July, and it's really interesting to better understand why the capacity is the way it is, so we should take them up on that. Thanks. Thanks a lot, John. Thanks for coming up. All right, next we've got MP Jennifer O'Connell. Come on up for an update. Oh.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I know you have a busy council agenda, so...
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So I haven't been here since the election, so I wanted, or prior to the election, so I wanted to introduce myself to those members that I don't know, and also congratulate you on your election, and for many of you, your re-election. So for those who are new, I would come to council pretty much yearly to give a little bit of a federal update, but mainly to be here to answer any questions that I could. Unfortunately, with your election and the winter schedule for Parliament, it was a little bit tough, so I apologize that I'm only here now, but luckily I'm here on a constituency week, and this session is a little bit better for those. Last session was pretty brutal, I have to admit, so if you haven't seen me, that's why. I've been pretty much chained to Ottawa. But, so I just wanted to give a brief overview, and then, like I said, leave as much time as possible for questions, but I do recognize you've had a busy day already and you have more on the agenda. So I'll try to go through quickly, and then any areas that you want me to elaborate on, I'm happy to do so. So the first, since I was here last, I actually was appointed to a new role. I was appointed by the Prime Minister as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, Youth Economic Opportunities. So this has been an exciting new challenge for me that I thought I would just bring up a little bit. One of the areas of focus, well, I'm a regular Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, if that isn't busy enough, but the other role is really focused on the youth side of things and the challenges that young people are facing right now in terms of housing affordability is a real issue, as well as young people finding a job, mainly in their fields. And so why we still have, the Prime Minister is actually the Minister of Youth as well, and we have a Parliamentary Secretary to Youth, but why this role was a little bit different was my task was to look at the economic long-term impacts and the economic opportunities for young people. So my role is really focused on the economic side, although there is a variety of issues facing young people these days, especially things like mental health. So I can speak a little bit about that, but my role is mainly on the economic side of things. And with Budget 2019 coming out soon, that's where I've been focused on how we can, as a federal government, how we can help young people succeed. So that's a big area, and that's something a little bit different since the last time I was here. So again, I'm happy to speak on any of that if you want some more information. But the couple of things, like I said, I'll youth file, housing affordability. The Minister of Finance has spoken publicly that this is an area that we're hoping to comment about or maybe take some measures. Climate change, obviously, is a big impact for young people and the debt that will leave. We've already made some changes, like we strengthened the Canada Pension Plan with our enhancement, and then, of course, our focus on creating good jobs. So those will be areas that we will continue to focus on, and happy to elaborate. I'll go through a couple of kind of high-level federal updates, and then I'll get into more of the Uxbridge level updates federally. So a couple of the key economic points, because that is really where I spend most of my time, is the government since 2015, the job numbers just came out last Friday, I think, and we're at about 900, just about 900,000 new jobs, with the vast majority being full-time. In January alone, we created 115,000 jobs in the private sector, and the unemployment rate is at its near lowest record since ever being recorded in 40 years. And our economic growth leads the G7 countries. We also, something that I know will matter a lot here, we cut the small business tax rate from 11%, it went to 10.5%, and then starting January 1, it's now at 9%. The Canada Child Benefit and the middle class tax cut, as of this year, a typical Canadian family has $2,000 more in their pockets than they did previously. And to bring it home to this riding, I don't have Uxbridge specific numbers, but my riding of Pickering and Uxbridge, 17,000 children receive the Canada Child Benefit, and 65 million have been invested in families in this riding. So you can imagine what that translates into, whether it's spending in our community and helping those families right here. And the last time I was at council, there were a lot of questions about the NAFTA negotiations. So I thought I would kind of touch on that, since that was a big interest to you all when I was here last. But obviously, since I was here, we did wrap up what we call the new NAFTA. And obviously with some tough negotiations with President Trump. But I'm proud that those negotiations have been managed to be signed. And of course, we still have issues that we are working on with the government in the U.S. in regards to steel. But I think one of the key points that will be of interest here, not only because of the trade ramifications, but of course dairy is a big factor. And so we have, the government did announce that we would have the compensation for dairy. But the specific details of how that's going to be rolled out hasn't been determined yet, because the government is still consulting with dairy of how best we can manage that. So that is definitely ongoing, but I think that's something that is good. So Uxbridge specific, so the federal government has invested millions of dollars here in Uxbridge in infrastructure projects. And I know I've been at a number of the funding announcements and some of the ribbon cuttings, which has been very exciting to actually see the projects completed. And I think infrastructure is one of the most important issues that we're facing, and where I think the federal government can be a partner. But I'll just talk about a few of the issues that I think you might be most interested in. First of all, thank you for the support regarding Lieutenant Colonel Sam Sharp and the commemoration in Center Block. It was a lot of work, but it was nice to finally see that the plaque was finally in Center Block before we closed down. And I was nervous every single day the last couple of weeks, because as Center Block was closing, they were removing a lot of the portraits and things to prepare for restoration, and I said, please just do not move this. It took so long to get him there. So luckily he was there all the way until the end, until we finally closed Center Block, and then the plaque will move to the Center of Excellence for Mental Health and PTSD until Parliament then reopens in about 10 years, and then, or Center Block, and then that statue will be there permanently placed on the wall. High-speed internet, I know, is a very important issue in this community, and so I've been raising this the entire time. I was disappointed that some of the local applications for the Connect to Innovate weren't successful. But this is something that we are still really focused on. I don't know if you're aware, but last week Bell Canada announced that they'll be investing to bring high-speed broadband internet to more than 1.2 million rural and remote Canadian homes. They have not released the details yet on where that will be, but the investment was in a direct reaction to the government's accelerated investment incentive. So if you're not aware of what that was, in the fall economic statement that we released, obviously in the fall, we implemented a new set of tax measure changes. So it's basically capital depreciation, and we allowed certain higher increases of capital depreciation in certain sectors to spur this type of investment. So we were really happy to see that Bell took that up right away, and that was precisely why one of those initiatives were included. And again, I will let you know as we hear more from Bell in terms of the details of that investment. Also, since I was here last, the Prime Minister appointed a Minister of Rural Economic Development, so Minister Jordan, and I just thought I would read a quote from her mandate letter from the Prime Minister, since rural broadband is so important. So in her mandate letter it says, lead work to increase high-speed broadband coverage in rural Canada. This includes the rollout of existing investments, programming towards future improvements, and ensure that investments by the Government of Canada, provincial and territorial partners, and the private sector are coordinated to best prepare rural Canada for success in the digital economy, end of quote. So it's obviously something that in this new mandate letter, new minister, is a top priority. We also still have the CRTC ruling that broadband internet is a right. So how we were working to have the legislation match and bring the various partners to the table for that. Another area that I see a huge opportunity in terms of dealing with broadband, and this has been reported in the media, is through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which we created a couple budgets ago, I believe now. And so the Minister of Infrastructure has stated publicly that this is one of the areas that will be explored. Now, the Canada Infrastructure Bank has kind of like a board, and they are reviewing any projects and applications, but it's obviously a priority and one that we see as a real opportunity for the way the Infrastructure Bank is set up. So the Uxbridge Pool is another major project that I'm happy to provide a little bit of an update on. So many of you have had some more private conversations just in terms of where we're at with this. The last time I was here, I believe the province, Ontario, had not signed the agreements. They had, since I was here, they have signed those agreements. The problem is the province has refused to release the application, basically refuse to allow applications to come in. I have sent the Uxbridge Pool application, as much as we have from all of you, so thank you, to our infrastructure departments, and they have said that it definitely complies with the community spaces infrastructure application. But ultimately, Ontario are the ones that determine the priorities, and unless they open this application, we are kind of stuck. Now, I say that because I have said explicitly to the Minister of Infrastructure that if Ontario does not move forward, that we need to move forward without them. And on a political, you know me, I'm going to be probably pretty blunt, but on a political standpoint, I've heard from colleagues that other MPPs laughed about the fact that that the Ford government does not anticipate opening up any infrastructure streams until after the federal election so that we can't roll out these funds. I hope that's not true. I hope that that is not the Ford government's position. I hope that's just a rumor, but Minister Champagne, who's the Minister of Infrastructure, met with Premier Ford last week. Yes, it would have been last Thursday or so, specifically with the message of figuring out when Ontario decides to come to the table. I think, as someone who was in municipal politics for a long time prior to this, I think holding up infrastructure funds is a grave mistake, because I know, and all of you will know, that every year, every construction cycle that you miss, anticipate the costs going up. So every construction cycle that we are waiting with our funds, they've already been budgeted, they are already there. Every year that goes by, or every month that goes by without putting these projects out to tender, means your costs are going to go up, your share goes up just like our share will go up, and to do so for political reasons, I think is really unfair to municipalities who frankly could not move forward on a lot of these projects without the partners at the table. So I'm quite disappointed. I have made it very clear, I won't speak for my other colleagues, but I have made it very clear, and I think Ontario Caucus feels very similar, that if Ontario is not going to commit to the agreement that they have, then we need to start looking at opportunities to roll out our infrastructure plan with municipalities or with the partners if need be. So I wish I had better news on that front, but that is where we've been waiting. They will not release the application process. So we continue to have that conversation, and I am going to continue to put a lot of pressure on the minister, and I've made it clear to his parliamentary secretary as well that this project is a priority for me and for this community, and that we need to find a way to move forward. So, sorry to leave it on kind of that note, but I am optimistic that we will be able to figure out a way to get these infrastructure funds at the door. And then I will just kind of leave it as one plug that on March 13th I will have my free skate for March break at the Uxbridge Arena, and I will obviously share those details, but I hope all of you can attend. It's been really fun in previous years, so I'll kind of leave it there, and any questions you have, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I'll pass this to council. Go ahead, Todd. Guessing that you might question.
Not so much a question, just an appreciation and a thanks for your stance on the pool. As council knows, that is my passion, and going forward. So thank you for all the work you're doing, and I appreciate that. And if the provincial government isn't going to come to the table, you know, maybe the feds can double up.
Unfortunately, I don't think, I mean, in reality, our budget and our infrastructure envelope is what it is. And we've increased, in previous governments it was always a third, but we've changed it in certain municipalities. So usually in municipalities with a smaller population, for example, the federal government has gone up to 50, sometimes even 60%. So that doesn't change anything, but the point is that from the municipal standpoint, if whether you were a third or 40%, you would have had the province there too. So now you're at a full 40% that the municipality wouldn't have had to look at, or you're now 2/3 instead of 1/3. So that's where the real problem's going to be, and we have signed the agreements with the provinces and territories at our ratios. So those ratios aren't going to change regardless of the project cost itself. What's going to change is your end. So if the province isn't at the table, our ratio stays the same. It's your ratio that's going to change, and that's going to change the ability for a lot of communities to be able to move forward or not. And so I understand that reality.
Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Bruce.
Just one brief one. You talked about the steel tariffs and the negotiations still going on. Just to put it in context of how that really does strike home here in Uxbridge, we're looking to purchase an additional fire truck, an aerial to be particular, and the impact of the tariff adds significant from a small township perspective of how much more that truck would cost. So there is pain right here in Uxbridge as a result of those specific tariffs. So the sooner they can be lifted, the happier we'll be.
Thank you. We completely agree. We do have remediation agreements, so I'll have to look and see. To be honest, I didn't think of it in this context previously, but you know, in a response to the steel tariffs and other tariffs that the U.S. put on Canadian goods, we also put tariffs on U.S. goods. And so the collection of those funds, we then have been, we had remediation agreements, so to help offset the costs for people here. I will have to, it's an application, I will have to look to see if municipalities who are facing this would qualify, or perhaps it would be through the supplier directly, but I can tariffs that we put on, the retaliatory tariffs, were not for the government to recoup or end up with a surplus, but it was to offset the costs that, you know, local businesses or people would be paying. So I'll look into seeing if that is an option if you're seeing that significant increase. We'd like to see the tariffs ultimately go, but we're realistic in the fact that we are still negotiating with President Trump, and the fact that they were put on in the first place saying Canada was a security threat we know is ridiculous, but obviously that's kind of the political nature we're dealing with. But I'll look up to see if you can access those agreements.
Terrific. So we'll just have a member of staff go back through your office? Yeah. Great, thank you.
That's great news. Go ahead, Pam. Well, Jennifer just said she'd sign a check and pay for half the fire truck. We're good.
That's what I heard.
Thank you, Jennifer. You know, it's like a little bit of sad news about the pool situation and the provincial government, but you know, the information about the internet, I mean, I'm hopeful but not terribly excited about that yet either, but it's something that I know that our municipality is really lacking, and we really need it because there's so many businesses and people working from home, and it's vital that we get this. And I know for myself, you know, every time I call a company, they go, "Sheh," they laugh and say, "Too bad." So it's a struggle, and it's something we really need.
Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, one of my main concerns is the federal deficit and the number of years before you expect a balanced budget. When would that be?
So I think if you look at included in the fall economic statement as well as our budget, you'll see that our net deficit to GDP ratio is on the downward track, and we actually have one of the best financial positions in the G7. So our government's commitment was about investing and growing the economy. And I recognize that others have a different economic approach, but ours was about growing the economy. And because of that, we saw when we came into office in 2015, there was a debate on whether or not we were heading into another technical recession. And our decision, and through the Minister of Finance, our decision was to make those investments. We had some of the lowest growth since the Great Depression. That's the reality. We now have some of the best growth that we've seen in generations. We have the lowest unemployment rates that we've seen in recorded history. We see there are stats and studies that have come out that a lot of families are within $200 of being unable to afford their bills. And that's why we've made the decisions to increase things like the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit. So we made improvements to that, which will actually see the basically working poor receive significantly more money to encourage them to stay working, and as well as the middle class tax cut. So that's where we get to our number of a typical Canadian family is $2,000 better off, because we saw what I believe, and this is my political leaning, but what I believe austerity and cuts don't get an economy growing and don't get people to a place where they can then make purchases and invest in our economy and create jobs. So that's a different economic approach. I don't believe in trickle-down economics. It's never worked anywhere. And that's the approach that we put out there to Canadians and the one that we are working on. So in terms of our overall balance sheet, I think we're more than, what's the number? We're more than half of the average deficit position or debt position than anyone in the G7. So we're in quite a strong financial position if you're looking at our growth and our debt.
You can't keep running deficits. We have a huge federal deficit now. What year do you plan to balance the budget?
I feel like I'm in question period. Well, I've said that what our approach, our government's approach, is about our net to GDP, our debt to GDP growth rate is on a downward track.
I just
so
we're
not actually adding to the debt. because our growth is, if you look at the numbers, for example, the previous 10 years, I think our debt is what, $650 billion in total? The Conservatives in 10 years added $150 billion of that. If you look at our deficits and you look at the growth at the net end of the year, what converts into debt, you will see is actually going down. Our debt is actually going down.
I don't believe that.
Okay, I'm happy to provide
But
the...
I still want,
Yeah.
what year do you think you'll have a balanced budget? I've heard ridiculous, 15, 20 years, I mean, it's not sustainable.
Our government has not put out a year. Our government's approach has put out the fact that our approach is to grow the economy and make the investments that we think are right for Canadians.
Is there a date when you expect to have a balanced budget?
I said that our government has not taken that approach. Our election platform commitment, as well as our approach here, you may disagree, and I completely respect that you may disagree, but our approach has been to make investments to grow the economy, and we do not take the approach that had been done previously, which was essentially trickle-down economics that did not result in growth. So our approach has been growth, investments, and those are the things that we think are the most important to Canadians.
Gord, do you have a question? Thanks.
Pleasure to see you, Jennifer.
Hi.
Just a couple of quick questions. You mentioned during your presentation about CRTC declaring broadband to be a right. Now, I don't know what that exactly means, but I think it would be far more powerful, I think, if the Prime Minister's office could step up and say something like that. It will give us, being a former regional councillor, the equipment to go to the providers and say, look, you need to get involved because A, it's been declared a right, and B, these are the needs, and they need to be handled sooner rather than later. So I don't know if there's you can whisper in the PMO's ear and just sort of get a blanket statement put out. I know CRTC has done it, but they're kind of over here, you know what I mean? So do you have any comment on that?
Sure, and thank you. Maybe what I can do is I can follow up. It actually goes through Minister Baines. So CRTC is technically arm's length, as you know. Right. But Minister Baines' office, so the Minister of Innovation, it actually falls under his purview, and I can follow up to see what they've stated publicly in terms of this decision. Okay. But essentially, now that CRTC has determined that broadband is basically an essential service, is what it comes down to.
It's a good start. I just think, we need to push it out the door.
Well, I believe, I don't want to misspeak, but I believe the Minister's office will have to come up with legislation now on how to deal with this. Okay. As you can imagine, that's quite tricky because this isn't, broadband is privately, it's private companies essentially, so we can partner. But I think the right balance is going to be how do we partner with a private entity? Because if we're going to partner in, my personal opinion, if you're going to partner with private business, then there has to be a benefit to the taxpayers who have partnered at the end of the day. So there will be, my understanding is there'll have to be legislation, so more than just a statement, but I can follow up to see kind of where we're at on that, and if the Minister or the Prime Minister has made it.
We've had discussions down at the region over planning and economic development over if we had that tool in our arsenal, it would make our approach far more powerful than just, making a statement. No different than if we were providing electricity to an individual. I mean, broadband should be right there with that. So I know the Prime Minister made a statement, as you know, the unfortunate news from General Motors that they're decommissioning the plant in Oshawa. Does the federal government have anything planned for, I know there's the training component. Is there anything beyond that you know about that maybe hasn't been made public yet, or no?
Well, again, thanks for the question. I can say that we have been, the Prime Minister has reached out directly to Chair Henry and to others to find out how we can help, if we can help. So far, there hasn't been a real kind of come together. We are happy to be at that table. I think Durham College, I've met with Durham College just on a personal note, who are coming together with some really good ideas, and I would love to bring those to the table and see if we can help fund some of that training and reskilling. We've done a lot to invest in training and reskilling, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that it's in the areas that these workers want and how we can be at that table. So we're there as long as somebody wants
Well, as
to
you know,
engage.
it's not just the 2,500 workers from that plant. It's quite an elaborate network, if you will.
Mhm.
And we have a lot of people that live and work in Uxbridge who are part of that whole GM type of thing. So it's going to be a hit, and I guess the positive side is that we almost have a year to kind of get plans in place so that when they do shutter the doors, you know, hopefully these people will be on the road to either retraining or reskilling, as you've mentioned. So
And just on that, if I can,
if we can move forward would be great. You know.
Minister Baines's office has been in close contact not only with GM but also the offshoot, the suppliers.
Okay.
And we have been looking at where those jobs or where those companies can benefit. For example, I know Toyota is opening a new large plant facility in Clarington. So I also know that where the engines are made, for example, or parts of engines might be made here and they supply, or they come from St. Catharines. And so there are other suppliers that we are very much mindful of and how we can make some of these connections.
But I know federally, you know, through the investment bank, I can't forget the name of it now, they have connections in these other companies, and
Yeah.
maybe these skilled people, and they are quite skilled, as you know, to relocate them maybe to areas where they could have viable employment.
We also know in nuclear, in Darlington, there's about a
another
10-year skilled trade opportunity.
Yeah.
So in a lot of these cases, it might be GM workers or the plant, suppliers, where a little bit of retraining, and now all of a sudden they can fill this trade gap that we know we have in nuclear for about 10 years.
We'd hate to be a brain drain on having all those people
Exactly.
going out, you know. Thank you.
Go ahead, Willie. Thanks.
Thank you for coming in, Jennifer. Our youth center is looking for content, looking for funding, that sort of thing, and with your background and with what you're supporting, is there something from your offices that you could help us with that way? What would you recommend to us?
Yeah, definitely. I can look into it. It's funny, we were just talking about, Musa and I, who is in my office, we were just talking here, we are doing some outreach for the youth employment strategy, and recommending kind of the Uxbridge Youth Center as might be a good place. If we connect and you can let me know a little bit more details on the types of things that you're looking for. If it's, program funding, those tend to be smaller envelopes and those are somewhat easy. I can direct you in those areas. If it's more, operational or bricks and mortar type things, we can also look at stuff like that. I just need a little more detail and then we can help see what's available.
Okay, any other questions from council? No, I just have one comment on spectrum. So one of the issues when it comes to high-speed internet is, companies like Bell and Rogers buy up big tracts of spectrum that they use in the south. Those mostly go unused in the north, and then the smaller ISPs don't have access. Have we gotten anywhere on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This has actually been my point of big contention that drives me crazy, because where we are situated next to Toronto, essentially, even Pickering, a lot of people are surprised that even in urban Pickering, it's the same problem. And so this is a real point of contention for me. I've been told that it's not that simple in terms of how the legal contracts are worked out. But as we release new spectrum, we're able to kind of create some of this, I believe it's a use it or lose it kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So these are things the Minister Baines, again, it's through his office. These are the types of things I've had conversations with him. I suspect it's going to be part of like a larger conversation that we're having on the CRTC decision, as well as some of these different essentially legal agreements with the providers. And then we're also just in general having conversations about this space and who's in it. So it's a larger conversation, but it's my biggest point of contention, just given where we're situated. But I know from other rural, I'm technically considered a semi-rural riding, And so from other rural ridings, that's not such a big of an issue because they just don't have the infrastructure at all, whereas we have the potential for the infrastructure and don't have the service. So it's something that I keep raising, and they know, but it's again, I think it's going to be a bigger question of when new spectrum is released and how we kind of write these contracts.
Okay. And I
It's
appreciate
frustrating.
that. It's important to us because, places like Zephyr were finally connected using a very, very small ISP.
Yeah.
But he's on public spectrum, where it would be a better system if he was able to purchase them. So those are some of the things we're talking about up here.
Yeah, and like I said, I agree, and I think it's that conversation around who's in this space, and the questions of the big providers kind of dominating, and there might be a good push from the federal government to start opening that up. So it's definitely something we're talking about as well, but I don't have the answer quite yet.
Okay. Again, thank you so much
No.
for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Now, you know what? Let's open it up for questions from the press, if that works, because they don't get to see you very often.
Sure.
Any questions for Jennifer? Moya? Nope? Oh, then we're good. So we're going to take a break for lunch now, everyone. So, 30 or 40 minutes? Deb, what do you think? Let's go 40 minutes for lunch. So we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to get this meeting rolling. We're missing a couple, but that's okay. We have quorum. All right, just a second. Correspondence. Minutes. Oh, there we go. So, item number 6, approval of minutes. Someone want to move them? Willie, Pam, all in favor? That's carried. Next one is 149. This is from the Region of Durham to Steve Clark. Do you want to do this? I can do it. You can. To Steve Clark, is in regards to increasing the housing supply. One thing, just my comment on this, I play in the space of it. The one graph that jumped out was figure 4 for me, and that was that as the supply-demand curve on this, and how when there was excess supply, the rents were low. As there was less supply, the rents went way, way up. So that proves my theory that if we can get a larger supply, we'll get lower rents. And we talked about that about Seattle a few weeks ago. Okay, what do we want to do with this report? Willie?
Motion to receive for information.
Okay, moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All in favor? That's carried. Next we have 150. This is the Region of Durham to Honorable Rod Phillips, Minister of the Environment. And this is in regards to conservation parks, Durham Region, preserving and protecting our environment for future generations and their environmental plan. Any comments on this? All right. Then I'll talk about mine. I thought this was a really good letter to the province. With the province right now, there's very limited resources provided to us to deal with climate change. If you remember when we looked at the regional maps, water in the wrong places is going to be very, very expensive to deal with. Our culvert project downtown, where that's a huge chunk of our budget, and that's going to be the same thing for every culvert we have. We'll probably have to be doubled in size over the next, number of years moving forward. So that's going to require funding, and it didn't appear like there was any funding from the province on this, the way I read it. Any comments, or do you want to receive this? What do we want to do? Yeah, so moved by Todd, seconded by Willie. All in favor of receiving? Yeah, that's carried. Next is 151, Region of Durham. This is from Toby Lennox. He's the CEO of Toronto Global. So, guys, Toronto Global is a lobbying arm looking for business opportunities for Durham Region. They also represent City of Toronto, I think Markham, Mississauga, a bunch of different municipalities. They're searching for opportunities for Durham to grow in terms of economic growth. And with the 407 lands and things like that, that's what they're primarily focused on. We spoke a lot about it at the region. They're going to look at it every January to see if they want to remain in this. It costs, I think the number's $268,000 a year. But that's something we spoke of at the region. Now, we as our Economic Development Committee, we should be providing data to Toronto Global to try and get some bang for our buck there. They're focusing the majority of the time in the south. If there's an opportunity for us, we should be having them lobby for us as well, using the regional budget, just to be clear. Okay, maybe we should get a motion that talks to that. Willie?
Well, I think motion to receive, and then to your point, I don't know if we forward to staff or if it should be to our Economic Development Committee. Where would we want to put this?
Yeah, no, why don't we, Gord isn't here, why don't we push it to him? But again, he represents us at the region. It would help us for him to be involved. He's on the right committee for that. And then, so why don't we get a motion to receive and forward this to Regional Councillor and Stacey Jebb from Economic Development to reach out to Toronto Global and make sure that they're aware of what we can do what we can provide in terms of business opportunities at Uxbridge. And report back to us. Okay, so that's moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All in favor? Carried. All right, next is 152, Region of Durham, to Ken Peterson, Minister of Municipal Affairs, read Durham's response to Bill 66. Guys, Schedule 10's done, so...
Receive.
Just receive?
Motion to receive.
Moved by Willie, seconded by Todd. All in favor? Carried. Then we have 153. This is from the Uxbridge and District Lions Club in regards to their volunteer road toll at the Zayres Plaza. We don't have to approve it, but can we get a motion to receive? Moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. Do we need to approve this? No, support it. Okay, so move to support? Okay.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah.
Just, obviously it's something that has been done for years. My only thing that I would, is they need to do something better than what they have done in the past as far as an indicator to those that have already donated, because I know I drive in and out of that plaza 3-4 times a day sometimes, based on what it is I'm doing that any given day or whatnot, and being asked every single time to give money. So if they got to have some sort of, I know they have had them in the past, but something simple for them to not even have to stop you type thing, right?
Okay.
Some indication that you've already donated.
That's a really good idea. Yeah, some sort of marker.
Some type of marker, some type of something, whether it be an antenna or, I don't know, something that you can flash that says,
Your mic's not on.
sorry, turned it off. Just something that indicates that you've already given that donation.
Okay.
Orange sticker on the dash or something,
Yeah.
like something.
Gary has a comment.
Yeah, I mean, we give to several charities, and as a driver, I find it really annoying to, start driving into the plaza and have somebody stick a bucket in your face to give money. I think you're almost forced to do it, and embarrassed if you don't, and that's just my comment.
Willie?
Sitting on the BIA, the other thing I'd be interested too, because I think it's important to get feedback, and I'm sure that it's just, that they've gotten approval from the businesses. It says they seek that in advance. So it's not really a disruption for the most part, because it usually is exiting, but I'd just like to make sure that the businesses are okay with this moving forward so that we're not disrupting or frustrating businesses in some way.
That makes sense. Okay, so council, what do we want to do with it? Do we want to support this, or do you want them to come back before we support it?
I would move to receive for information and, motion to also to, to allow them to do that pending approvals from the businesses.
Okay.
And amend that, and to provide, a method in which people that have contributed can demonstrate that they've already contributed to the program over that weekend.
No, the Lions have to contact the businesses, correct, Willie?
And provide proof.
Whatever that would be.
Okay. All right. So that was moved by Willie, seconded by Todd. All in favor? That's carried. Next, we've got 154. This is from Rob Houston, Uxbridge Secondary School, request for an Uxbridge Award to be presented during the graduation ceremony for Uxbridge Secondary School. What have we done in the past, Donna? Do you know? Donna, do you know what we've done?
I know it's come out of the corporate budget. I think it was increased. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before. Yep, I think we generally give them what we gave every year.
So 400 last year. Are we comfortable with doing the same thing? Do we want it to be increased, Mr. Budget?
At least you pronounced that right. I'm just looking to see, I don't think there's any reason to increase it traditional amount. I'd say stick with what it is.
Okay. That works. So then we move that we do the same as last year. We get that information obviously from Donna. And again, guys, do you mind if it's me who gives this out? This is something I'd be very proud to do on behalf of the township.
No.
Yes, Todd.
Just want to where do those funds come from?
Corporate.
Is that golf?
No,
Oh,
corporate.
Okay.
Now, guys, folks, council, from a golf committee standpoint, should we do a golf committee bursary, couple $100 from the golf committee? Does that fit with your mandate, Willie? We have an additional $11,000?
Not from the, well, we actually, why don't we hold off on that till you see Donna's report, and that'll give you an idea of what our, how we've structured it for 2019.
Okay.
And if you want to look back at it then and see where it fits, rather than me providing my perspective on it.
Okay.
I think that'll be helpful because we've got our whole committee here too, so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so that was, I think, moved by Bruce, seconded by Willie, that we do the same as we did last year in terms of this award.
And that you represent at
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, good. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Yeah, he's not. All right, we'll make sure we pass some more action items there then. Okay, this is 155 from Constance Lang in regards to snowmobiles crossing her front lawn.
I can speak to it.
Perfect. My note was, can have Bruce speak to the issue.
Yeah. So she contacted me in November, and apparently this is a recurring issue where, I'm going to call it what it is, disrespectful snowmobile drivers come up Main Street, up the hill onto Gould, and then cut across her property, which is really her biggest issue, along the sidewalk. Then she doesn't know where they go after that. Just as a side note, it's in my comment there, I've had somebody else further down, I think it's Dominion and 3rd, roughly, someone down there has had complaints, but he got somehow he got the plate number off the snowmobile. Like, bless him for doing it, I don't know, and did the right thing. It's a probably, is he, huh? Maybe, okay. So, he did the right thing. It's a police issue. When this first came up, I had some help from the bylaw department saying what they can and can't do. So a snowmobile can go on boulevards, correct me if I'm wrong here, but can go on boulevards, and can cross a sidewalk to get to a boulevard, but clearly cannot go on private property. So that was the guidance I was given. property crime, you need to contact the police about it. So, she asked me to include that, to have it submitted for discussion. The one thing that it's a recurring problem every year, depending on the amount of snow, drives the amount of snowmobile traffic. Her issue is that they come up off of Toronto Street, up the hill onto Gould, and then across. She was told, I'll say informally, you could put up a snow fence along the entrance coming up Gould, and that would stop them from coming through. Well, inappropriate. She can't go up and be putting, we don't want people putting snow fences up on our property. So the discussion I'd like to have is it something we should consider doing? Now, do we have a snow fence policy? Like, do we do snow fences anymore?
We put a fence around the splash pad or along the edge, and we also put one around the skate park, and that's pretty much it. I think most of the other snow fencing that I've seen up has been put up by the region.
Okay. And I suspect that comes with issues of them being knocked down. Now you've got poles sticking up that somebody could get hurt on. There's probably a sign with that. So I'm just throwing it out for discussion. Is there anything that we could do to control, I'm going to call it what it is, disrespectful snowmobile drivers?
So the other part of this is snowmobilers travel the countryside. There's the local ones that are bombing around neighborhoods. There's also people that travel long distances. My parents shipped their snowmobiles to Winnipeg and drove up to Moosonee and then back all the way home. So those people have to get to fuel and to food and to lodging. And when there's not an access point, they have to find ways because they don't have a car with them. So we also may want to think about our policy with snowmobiles. The Trestle Bridge is a major connector, but we because of the way that Wood Bridge is built and because of long-term maintenance, we don't want snowmobiles to cross it. They used to always cross it. So in the past, if people went to Uxbridge 15 years ago, they'd go to the Trestle Bridge and cross it, go straight to fuel, go to the tin mill, wherever they need to go to get food. Now, I'm sure what they do is they get to the Trestle Bridge, realize it's blocked, they can't make it. They cut across the only place they can, which is into Barton Farms, and then find their way to fuel. We may want to think about that from a tourist perspective, because that's the major economic driver in the winter for the northern communities, Haliburton, even Port Perry.
Yeah, it'd be really, to your point, it'd be really difficult to separate those people, like the example you're giving where need to get to food and fuel, from the evening bomber that's just booting around Barton Farms and then heading home afterwards. Which I think is what we're dealing with here. So I think it's I don't get the sense, I couldn't prove it either, but it seems like it's the pop-up that's just coming ripping through. It's not like it's 9 o'clock on a Monday evening, not during,
Okay. Now, again, I want to make sure that lens was on here. There's, for many communities, snowmobilers are a huge economic driver. Okay. Todd?
One aspect, if there was both, and again, we don't know, but if the one thing that could be done from the Trestle Bridge standpoint is simply do what the golf courses, there's a rubberized mat that could be placed right over top of it.
No, but the post can be removed really easily.
Post can be removed for the winter season from that standpoint. I'm just saying there are rubberized mats that go down over top of wood bridges in the golf courses that allow for carts.
Most of these current sleds now have spiked belts because they run on ice, so they're studded and they're pretty significantly studied. So there might be something for that, but it'd be at a pretty severe cost. And I don't know if we want to go down that road. So I actually met with somebody that was a snowmobiler in town during the election, and he was kind of disappointed that we took that option away to drive through the trestle bridge to get there. So then when I asked them how many people were, you know, riding sleds to get there, he couldn't give me a number. So it was, I think you're right that there's probably a minor amount. I think Dave's right, there are people that are traveling through Peterborough, whatever, that kind of come long distances and look for it. But I'm not sure we're equipped to deal with this moving forward with, you know, like that bridge is a pretty significant asset for us. And I'm not sure we want to start pulling pieces out to manage a few sleds. If there was an idea how many sleds, I think we could quantify it. I think we could look at it. But as it sits right now, I don't think that would be something we'd want to step into.
Ingrid has some history.
Yeah, I was going to say I have a little bit of history on that bridge. And we've worked with the Snowmobile Club off and on for probably 20 years on that bridge. And as far as the club is, they've put wooden decking down, and it's basically been torn up within a couple seasons. And then they put some rubber stripping down, but the problem is you got to keep the sleds on the strip. If they go off to the side of it, like that's then that was so what they, I mean the local club's really good, but then somebody gets off to the side of it and it basically just rips the timbers. But the other option is maybe you need to take a look at, there's another access point that we get a lot of calls about over the years, and that's the one down on Colby Road. Is it Colby or Sandy Hook Road, down at the end of Sandy Hook Road? There's a bit of an opening there, and I know people are using that as a way to get around the trestle. And maybe it's just not that well known, but I think if we're going to go down that road, then you basically have to make that known, because it has had, over the years, complaints from some of the area residents, too, of the snowmobiles going onto their properties, and that may just be simply that it's not delineated as to where you need to go through. So maybe that's something that could go back to the Trails Committee. I mean, you're looking at trail use in general, right? Maybe it's something to find a solution.
It could be part of focus on, this is an individual resident's concern. If it's part of a bigger macro issue, then we can roll it into that. And I'm happy to come back to your point. For Constance in particular, I think the guidance I've given is about as much as it's going to get. Doesn't sound like putting up snow fences to block traffic of any type, whether that be a bike or a motorized, like a snowmobile, is not going to happen. So is that what I'm hearing? That there's really nothing more from an individual resident's perspective, that then will we defer to staff to do an investigation on the whole snowmobiling inside the urban area? I'm not sure where we're going.
I think what a key piece of information that we need to know is if we block that, if we were to block it, and I'm thinking more of blocking it with trees, and so you're not every year putting up a snow fence, does that need to be left open for the rest of the year? I think that's the discussion. Do the people on Gould Street need a way to get down to the bottom? It doesn't look, it looks like there may be a bit of a shortcut through there, but it's not anything that's organized. And to me, you know, planting a hedge or something like that sometimes is not a bad way to deal with it, but you also don't want to create a solution for the winter that's a problem for the summer.
I think that's a great idea. How do we investigate to trigger something, to have somebody investigate and give a proper response to her particular situation?
Well, I'm wondering if it's your ward, I'm wondering how you would feel about just meeting with the people on Gould Street just to find out what the use is on it. We can certainly take some of the money from the parks budget and just plant even 2 or 3 trees, spruce trees or something in there that's just enough to act as a bit of a deterrent. Might be also a good windbreak from the west for them as well, so.
Okay. Sure, I'm happy to do that. Okay. And then, do you want to do, so I'll accept,
You should still follow up though on that longer term snowmobile issue. There's a lot of people in this town that have snowmobiles, and there's a lot of people in this town that maybe don't like snowmobiles, but I think you have to find a route for them to go, or they'll find their own route. And it's when they find their own route that it becomes a problem maybe for somebody else.
Yeah, no, that's my thoughts as well. I think if the trestle bridge was wide open, we would have maybe other issues, but we certainly wouldn't have this one, is my guess. So, Willie, Pam, do you want to take this to the Trails Committee as a discussion?
Yeah, we can take it to the Trails Committee. I think we'll just take if we're okay with taking the correspondence and submit it to them and just put it up for our next meeting.
So then, let's get a
Actually,
motion.
sorry, we'll probably forward it to them in advance, because our next meeting's not, I think we're every other month, so, yeah. So we might as well get it, we'll be in spring and the season will be done. I think I'd rather have them just see it in advance. We'll forward it to the committee and then just get a point of view from them.
And maybe we could provide a bit of a map, too, on where they're going through on Sandy Hook Road.
Okay.
And that might help the committee to get their head around what might be the solution.
Okay.
Because that gate at the end of Sandy Hook is always closed, which means that people run that private road, which is the Sandy Hook extension, and then come in that way. So we may want to keep that Sandy Hook Road gate open, which then would let them use Sandy Hook, which is better than the alternatives. And all of us on Sandy Hook would love to have more snowmobiles go by.
So it looks like there may be two motions. So I'll make the first motion then that all follow up with Constance and the residents of Gould to determine a solution which may involve planting trees on that route to address her concern.
Yeah. Okay. And then, can you add to that motion that a copy of the letter will be sent to the Trails Committee?
A copy of this?
A copy of this, Correspondence 101, page 101.
And that this correspondence will be then forwarded to the Trails Committee?
Yeah,
Okay.
along with maybe,
a map.
Yeah, and then we'll come up with a map. Okay, so moved by Bruce, seconded by Willie, all in favor? Carried. All right, now we're to 156. This is from Conrad and Aku, right? Am I right? Aku. Diane Riley, David O'Leary, Rocky, Galazoo, Sal and Laura, Dema, June Davies, and this is in regards to a potential conflict of interest on, with Councillor Beach. Oh, yeah. Do you want me to text you when we're done? Okay. So, can I speak to this, Council? Is that all right? All right. So, in regards to this letter, we have already heard from the Integrity Commissioner. It's on our addendum, the correspondence with them. So, from our perspective, Councillor Beach does not have a conflict. Now, to ensure that we don't end up having additional legal costs, and because of a perceived conflict, it sometimes becomes reality. So, Councillor Beach has declared a conflict on this file. She will not be representing her residents on this. Okay? But again, from a legality standpoint, we've been given advice that we paid for that says that she does not have a conflict. Okay? You can ask a question after, but that's the advice we've been given. She's declared a conflict anyway. And Council, what do we want to do with this? I would suggest a motion to receive. Okay. Can I get a mover and seconder? Moved by Todd, seconded by Willie. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Bruce, can you run and grab Pam by the time I text her? Oh, wait, no, sorry, we've got another one. Sorry about that. Okay, next, 157 from Sal and Laura in regards to the bylaw amendment. They're looking...
Sorry, there's 157, 160, 161.
Oh, okay. So let's put all these together. 157, 160, 161. The majority of these are asking us to delay this further. Any comment on that, folks? Okay. Yeah.
So, just to recap where we're at,
yeah.
We had requested questions from Grain Boys be answered that the residents had provided.
Yep.
And they were to be forwarded to our planner.
Yep.
And as of our last meeting, we had not received anything at that point. I think I heard Liz say, but I just want to make sure I'm right, that we have not received any answers back from Grain Boys yet. Is that correct?
Do you have an estimate on when they'll come in?
Don't have an idea yet. I'm hoping that we'll hear something soon, yeah.
Okay. Oh, so
just to
go
continue
ahead.
the timeline then, so just so I'm aware then. So right now, it's now February the 11th. We were to get together on this again on March 4th, was that right? The 25th, right. So, and we were going to provide, we were trying to at the time to provide the residents with 2 weeks to kind of get that, is that? So actually, no later than March 4th.
Is it?
Okay. So. No, that we said.
Okay. So, this is my thoughts on this, guys. If we get Liz's report, say, 5 days before, so by the 20th, I think that's enough time for the residents to process this request. If it's any less time than that, I think we should delay the vote. What are the thoughts on that? Sure, please do.
One of the things that I think we've heard from the residents is they want the decision to be made by council at a night meeting. So I just think you need to keep that in mind. And if we haven't got anything from the Green Boys today being the 11th, Liz is holding her report and actually get something, and she wants to just go through it. So even if you had something by the 20th, it's probably not a lot of time for everybody to basically have a chance to look at it, which then pushes you to the end of March, or you call a special night meeting in March. And you have to remember you also have March break in there.
So, your thoughts on this then, Ingrid? Like by the 20th, you don't think that's enough time?
To me, I just think that by the time they'll get it, let's say we get it on the 20th, by the time they get it will be, the 21st, the 22nd, or the 23rd, depending on, how it's sent to people, and not everybody gets everything or opens up their I just think it's really tight. That's all I'm saying, and my feeling, been asking for it, we haven't received it. Fair comment. I'm not opposed to saying to them, we wanted the report out on the 4th, you didn't do anything with it. Here it is now, the 11th. By the time you get it to us, let's say it's even the 13th or the 14th, in fairness to the residents, we're not comfortable putting that report forward on the 25th, and we're going to delay it until March, and we'll see if there's another night meeting. Maybe it's the end of March, or maybe it ends up being the first night in March, or first Monday in March, or whatever it is. But just to have it show up on an agenda on the report's on the 20th, and it shows up on an agenda on the 22nd for the 25th, to me, it just seems a bit rushed.
Yeah, I would agree too. I think that, so if Grain Boys responded, and I'm assuming, Mayor Dave, that you're saying that Grain Boys gives us the information gets forwarded.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
which is a Wednesday. It's essentially 2 business days, call it 3 with the Monday being the day. So I'm understanding that it's personal and they'll probably work over the weekend to get it. I just don't think, I agree with Ingrid, I think it's a little tight.
okay.
I'd love to hear, to hear if anybody else feels that way on council, if it's too tight. Do you think that's too tight a window, guys? So, if Liz gets her report out on the 20th, which is a Wednesday, and then we're the 25th, which is the Monday for the meeting, the residents of Goodwood would have to basically work for, call it 4 days to prep for this, 2 of those over a weekend. I just think it's a little bit tight.
Just to be clear, too, it's prepping psychologically for it and understanding what it is. The meeting on the 25th is not an open, it's not an open mic again, it's not, but it's just they have to understand, and maybe have an opportunity. Some cases, they may wanna call certain counselors, that's what they may wanna do. It just doesn't leave them with a lot of time to do that. Council will, if the report was on for the 25th, they would vote on the 25th, but it's not again another public meeting.
Now, typically when we get files like this, whether it's a new housing development or whatever, the final report is sent to the residents, is put on our council agenda. The residents would get it Friday, and then we would vote on it on the Monday. Typically.
Typically, but I think what makes this difference, and the thing is, it's the deal that was made before, right? The report was gonna be out on the 4th for the meeting on the 25th. That's what they're expecting. They're expecting that it's not gonna come out to them on a Friday for a decision on a Monday. That, sort of the precedent has been set in this, with this particular file, that was the time that we were going to be allotting, right? So there's a lot of people who aren't here today that are also asking and wondering where that report is, because they're anticipating the meetings on the 25th. And the report, a lot of people did probably check with Pam or with maybe the clerk's department on the 4th and said, where's the report?
Sure, go ahead.
So on January the 21st, there was a resolution passed by council stating that that council of the Township of Uxbridge direct that the pending report from the Township Planner Elizabeth Housen related to the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2018-07 Grain Boys Holding Inc. be released to the public no later than February the 4th, and that said report be brought forward to the regular meeting of council on February the 25th for council's consideration. So
okay.
That was giving them 3 weeks
to deal with it. Now, I think the reason we chose 3 weeks was night meeting, family day, right? It was to make sure we talked about it at night. But, again, this is a council decision and certainly not mine. Gary, thoughts? Let Mike.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a little tight for the 20th.
Okay. Okay, so give me a motion then, Gary.
I move that we'll have to wait for Elizabeth's report, and that we have a night meeting on the March the, 4th, did you say?
Well, the 25th is a night meeting.
25th is a night meeting. And it's council. Again, we're just, my concern is we're delaying this another full month. More uncertainty with the neighbors.
But they're asking us to delay it until they receive the information. In my mind, I think that we're giving them what they want by delaying it till March.
No, yeah, I know, but just overall.
I understand that we're pushing it back,
limbo.
but this is a result of Grain Boys not providing us with the information. Okay. This is, to me, if we're looking at the two in the relationship, I think we've represented the residents' wants and desires, and then we went back to the other side with Grain Boys, and I mean, they never said they couldn't provide the information, but they haven't. So now we're in a situation where we have to push back. I mean, if we're looking at this equitably, understanding what the meeting is going to be out anyways and what the responses are, I think that we have to allow the residents to have the time that we put forth initially. The other thing that I would say is that, you know, I think we've gone back to Grain Boys a couple times to ask them for the information, and they just keep saying it's forthcoming, so I don't know where we're at with them at this stage.
Why don't, just to give everybody a little time, play it forward a month. So we want the report, Liz Housen's report, out by March the 4th for a decision to be made at the March 25th meeting. The dates are all the same, and basically what it does is it says to them, take your time and do it right, but you need to get it to Liz. When I email them, I'll tell them that Liz will need her information probably no later than the 20th, and that her report be released to the clerk's department so it can be sent to the people by the 4th. And then, again, you're giving them that same thing that they had asked for.
Okay, that works. So that's moved by Gary, seconded by Todd. Okay, all in favor?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So we need to deal with the resolution that was passed on the 21st, so we need to rescind that, motion. And also we need to deal with the correspondence items, which we haven't dealt with.
Okay, so let's first deal with the correspondence items. This is items 157, 160, 161. How about we receive these? Gary? Yeah, so Gary, motion to receive and forward them to the applicant and the planner? Okay?
Okay.
Okay, moved by Gary, seconded by Willie. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next we need to rescind. Next we need to change a motion, right? Our last motion? The resolution? It wasn't a resolution, was it? Okay. Okay, can you give me the wording of what we need to do here?
So we're going to repeal the resolution from January the 21st, and then do what your next set of dates will be, so March 4th and March 25th.
Okay. Can I get a motion to that effect? Willie, Todd? And you ready for an all in favor? Deb? Yeah. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. So, folks, we are hoping to get Liz's report out on March the 4th for a vote on March 25th. Okay.
Just a quick point. Who do they, so I assume then Pam is no longer the point of contact for those residents?
So then all correspondence will go through info@uxbridge.ca. Oh, you want it directly to you? Okay, so to Deb LaRue at uxbridge.ca. D. LaRue, sorry.
Because I had spoken to the three of you that are in council chambers here earlier, just a quick correction on that. It is on the responses that are on the website that I told you about are actually dated back to August 13th, 2018. So there are some answers to some of the questions that are reposted. And as I'm reading through them quickly, some of the answers to some of the questions that we're waiting for are already answered. But I don't know if you've looked at that one yet. So. Yeah. 2018 is when it was, is the posting that I was looking at. I didn't see the date, so it's not new information. This was from 2018. Yeah, so we still are waiting for the new information.
Folks, what we're chatting about, Gary, do you want to turn off your mic? What we're chatting about is how to move forward with this, with Pam declaring a conflict, who will become the council point of contact on this file. What I'm wondering about is, again, Gord is the chair of planning. It's typically, that would be he would have been through all the pre-cons. He should be the most familiar with this file. I'm wondering if he should be the point of contact on this.
I don't have a specific comment for or against. He's just not here to comment on it himself.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Yeah, I didn't know he was leaving, so. No, again, I hear you. I'm just wondering how we should
So
move forward.
why not, because Councillor Beach has already declared a conflict, that at the meeting on the 25th, that council decides or determines who would be that resident point of contact, in fairness to Councillor Hyde, who's not here?
Okay, that works.
So in the meantime, all correspondence would be going to Deb anyways.
Yeah.
So I think we're in a good spot to do that.
Okay. All right, so then we'll stick with the motion. I think we voted on it. All right, so we've dealt with that correspondence. Is there anything else on the Grain Boys file that we have to discuss while Pam's out? Okay. Oh, yeah, do you folks have any questions before Pam comes back? But only to the mic. Conrad?
So I just wanted to speak to the report from the Councillor Beach about the consultation with the Integrity Commissioner. I realize that that she has taken it upon herself now to recuse herself from Grain Boys matters, but I think it's leaving the impression that the Integrity Commissioner's opinion is the correct one. As I looked through that opinion that came from the Integrity Commissioner, I saw that there were 3 salient facts that were presented to the Commissioner, but there was one key one that was not. And that key one that was not presented to him was that Grain Boys has stated explicitly that they plan to buy from local grain growers and farmers. That doesn't, we're all so familiar with the Grain Boys application now that you forget how important that would be for an Integrity Commissioner to review this file. I am in consultation with one of the leading authorities on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. He actually lectures on the topic. And I presented him the 3 salient facts that the Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Giono, had available to him, and he agreed with the Integrity Commissioner's conclusion that there was no conflict of interest. However, when I added the additional fact, supported by 5 quotes from the Planning Justification Report, that Grain Boys actively will buy, or claims they will buy, grains from local farmers, that changed everything. According to this expert, who, in fact, Pamela, Councillor Beach, would be in clear breach of the conflict of interest.
Okay, so again, and because of difference of opinions, possible difference of opinions like yours,
yeah,
she's declared a conflict. So what would you like her to do now? Would you like to declare twice?
I'm only mentioning all of this because it leaves the impression that there was no conflict. And very likely there was a conflict. I think that's important for this council to know.
Okay, so, and again, Councillor Beach and her family sold 0 grain in 2018. Okay?
I'm sorry?
The Beach family sold 0 grain in 2018. So they didn't sell any grain in 2018. But I was thinking about it, I wonder if I have a conflict because I bought bagels that had multigrain in them. Like, you have to think where this ends up. By Grain Boys being in Uxbridge,
yeah,
right? Just a second. By Grain Boys being in Uxbridge, they will not change the world markets on grains. They will pay market price no matter what, right, for grain. But because of the difference in conflict, just so we don't discuss this right now, because of the concerns with this conflict of interest and that it can be challenged by anyone, she's already declared.
Yes.
Okay.
But by referring this to the Integrity Commissioner, you're leaving it in his hands to decide this matter, and he did not have all relevant facts to the case. I mean, it's not, with all due respect, it's not your position right now to decide whether she is in conflict or not. It's the Integrity Commissioner.
But she's in conflict because she just declared it.
I'm sorry?
She's declared a conflict of interest. She's not in the room.
Yes, but only because there's a perceived conflict of interest.
But, okay, so Conrad, when we're, as a councillor, when we feel that we have a conflict of interest, and Councillor Beach has done what she's done, she cannot do any more on this, so I'm not clear what you're asking to be done. Like, if your fourth item is there.
Yeah.
She is now in a situation where she's stepped away from council. She doesn't have the ability to vote. She's not talking with us to try to put us into trying to sway us to vote one way or the other. So I'm not clear what you're asking us to do at this point. It sounds like you want us to go back with the fourth point but at this stage, if she's already declared that she's got a potential conflict, she's done what she's obligated to do. So I'm not clear what you're asking her to do now.
I laud her for that. I agree. And I agree there's nothing to do, but just clearing up a perception that it would leave ordinary people. Let's say, for example, the Cosmos reported that there was no conflict of interest. It was in an article there. There's a general perception out there was no conflict. And that I wanted to make sure that council realized that not all the facts were submitted. And I'm not asking the council now to do anything different than what you're doing already. I wanted to just clear up that point.
Okay.
I think it's an important point.
Okay. So now the options of any resident, if you feel that she had a conflict that wasn't disclosed, then what do you call it again, Deb?
So right now, prior to March the 1st, the residents, or any person that feels that there was a conflict, would file with the court to ask for an investigation. If after March the 1st, residents choose, they can file a complaint with the township, will then be sent on to an integrity commissioner, which would not be the same IC as what Councillor Beach received the opinion.
Yes, we're aware of that. Okay. Yes, thank you.
So again, and what Councillor Beach has done to attempt to prevent us from burning, from consuming township taxpayer resources, is she's declared her conflict of interest. So if residents feel like taking her to bringing it up again and causing additional legal resources to be used, that's totally within your rights.
Okay, yes, I understand. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. No, it's okay. Yeah, go grab them. Thanks. Oh, can she be here for her report? Just a second, guys. We're going to just receive Councillor Beach's report. This is report number PB 0219 of Councillor Beach. Pam, can you step out of the room for 10 seconds? Can we receive that report? Moved by Willie, seconded by Todd. All in favor? Carried. Come on back, Pam. Sorry. All right. We're here to help. Okay, next I believe we have Rod Sherrard? Yeah. Okay. Next, we've got 159. This is Rod Sherrard. This is a request to have the speed limit lowered at Goodwood Road from Coppins Corners to Concession 7. Go ahead, Pam.
Yes, I just want to speak on this. In talking to Rod, he's concerned about the general traffic. It's not trucks, it's traffic, period. The amount of traffic that is turning at the 6th concession and the number of driveways between the 6th and Cobbins Corners, there's a lot of driveways. And I know that I've heard in the past few years residents complaining about the speed of the traffic, hard to get in and out of their driveways, a number of issues to that extent. He's suggesting that, the region lowers the speed limit to 70 at least, if not 60, and I said, that could be a hard sell. But he said, I still want to ask for it because they've lowered the speed limit from Manchester out to Willow Tree Farm down to 60 for that whole distance. He said, or get lights put in at the 6th because there's so many people coming in and out of the 6th. and that could be almost like a traffic calming. So that was just passing on to you what he said, and he wants to know what the answer is from the people that are representing him at the region.
Sounds good. What would we like to do with this?
I would say receive and we can forward it to the region from a standpoint, it's a regional road, so we don't really have any say over speed limits or lights.
Yep.
I certainly wouldn't be encouraging a set of lights. If anything, a traffic circle.
Yeah. Okay, so do you want to make that a motion, Councillor Stokes?
Sure.
Okay, so moved by Todd, that we receive this for information and forward this to the region
For their response.
for their response. Okay, would someone like to second that? That's seconded by Willie. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Okay. Next we have reports. This is, first one is HS 0119.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't know when we were gonna meet, so Carolyn's not here,
Okay. I think that's okay.
but I think we're okay with it,
Yeah. Okay, so, folks, on Carolyn's report, this is in regards to corporate health and safety policy statement. Any questions on that? Okay, moved by Pam, is that okay? Seconded by Todd. All in favor? That's carried. The next one is HS 0219. This again is from Carolyn. This is in regards to the health and safety with substance use and abuse policy. Yes, Todd.
I have a question on this one. 4.0 subsection 2 has 15 meters for distance, and my understanding is are we not looking at doing the regions, which is the entire property?
Yes.
So that's not done correctly.
I think it's probably done correctly based on the policy that is
currently in
enforced.
effect.
Yeah.
Yes, but it would still be property-based as opposed to, if I'm remembering correctly, we're gonna be going with the region of no smoking or vaping or anything on any municipal property.
That's if the region approve it, that's all.
Right. So I think we have to be careful on that
Right.
part. That's the only one I saw in there, but
Wouldn't that be like a double, like isn't there kind of two pieces to that because they shouldn't be using it anyways if they're working? Like,
Yeah.
so there's kind of a dual kind of problem there, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
The region hasn't approved theirs yet.
Yeah, so the region haven't approved their policy yet, which means that we're dealing with the current policy. Do you have a suggested change on that, or?
I think it should follow whatever the region's final.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know if we can complete this then.
Okay, so I just do
I
know
would
we do
table it.
have smokers in some of our workplaces, especially at Public Works.
Yeah.
For them to have to completely vacate the property, might be a bit of an issue in the winters.
And I think the regional policy, I think, speaks to cannabis completely off the property, not smoking. I'm not totally sure.
No, it's both.
It's both? It's all, okay.
It includes vaping as well.
Okay.
And I don't think you can decipher the two, Ingrid, right? Because then you have workers standing there doing it and the public going, well, why can't I?
So, like, I don't really have an issue with it, but I'm just saying that I'll be ready for the fight. Go ahead and do it wrong.
No, I know, it's,
I'm just thinking like on a really large property where somebody actually has to go, you know, in the middle of winter and stand on
A busy road.
Regional Road 8 in 3 o'clock in the morning to have a cigarette, it's probably not gonna go over well, but anyway.
Just think the money they'll save.
I know. No,
Yeah.
maybe have to provide some smoking programs.
so,
But if the region hasn't approved theirs yet, should we wait until the
But-
region?
yeah.
I think our concern was we wanted to get this done before we start negotiations.
Yeah, okay.
okay, so this is what I suggest. This policy is based on what's legal right now at the region. we will have to take a look at other policies and tweak them depending on what the regional bylaw looks like. How about we approve this one today, and if it has to be, that way it's done, yeah, and then we can change it moving forward. Is that okay with you, Todd?
It's okay if we word that in there.
Yeah, just approve it and say that the policy will need to remain compliant with whatever changes the region makes.
Okay.
And then that way.
Then I'm good with it.
Does that work?
Okay, so then moved by Todd, seconded by Willie. All in favor? That's carried. All right, next one. What's that? Okay. Okay, next we've got TR 0419. This is from Donna in regards to the Windance release of letter of credit.
Yeah.
Bruce?
I'd just go with the recommendation that it be received for information, and that approval be given to release that letter of credit.
So Bruce moving the recommendation, seconded by Pam. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Next we've got TR 0519. This is from Donna the Gulf Fund. Willie, do you want to comment on this? Okay.
So I think if you've reviewed the document, basically what's provided is that that the Gulf Fund shows kind of where we're going from directionally, what we're trying to support local within the community events and partners, and they're up to amount of $1,000, and if it's above that amount, it would come back for approval based upon it. And there may be on one or two occasions where there might be support provided for, you know, things that are outside of the Uxbridge area per se. So with that in mind, you know, you can look through you can also see where the funds have gone over the past year and what we've supported. And I would suggest that we receive for information at this point as per the recommendation from Donna.
Okay, that makes sense. So motion to receive from Willie, seconded by Pam. All in favor? That's carried. Just a second. Next, we've got TR 0619 from Donna in regards to the Joseph Gould Estate and Charles Pear Estate Trust. Yeah, I think the report was self-explanatory, but basically that money's in trust. We were looking after it, and we go along with what the recommendations were when that trust was created. Okay.
And just further to that, we usually report on it or make this with 4-year increments to show what we're doing year over year for the next 4 years. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so move the recommendations. Moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All in favor? That's carried. Next, we've got CL 1319 from Laura, board and committee resignations. Okay, go ahead, Willie.
So Janice Monroe regretfully provides her resignation. She's actually moving to Winnipeg, so she's going to be with family there. So it was kind of a long commute for her to make it to meetings, so she decided that the wise thing to do was to resign her position. The BIA was sad, but you know, happy for her because she's going and she's doing something that she wants to do. And the good thing is that Staples has actually provided her with a position there that she's able to do. So she's actually moving ahead of her family to get things rolling. So it's, you know, it's a loss for us, but it's a, you know, it's a win for Staples in Winnipeg.
And I think Winnipeg need all the help they can get, so I think that's nice of us to make that donation. So moved by Willie, seconded by Todd, to move the recommendation. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Carried. Report 1519 from Liz. Have we done this already? No. Okay. And this is the Uxbridge Urban Area Status Report. Anyone want to speak to it or move the recommendation? Yes, it was just a minor correction.
Yeah, it's basically just a miscalculation. So I as recommended, it be received for information, and council directs that it be modified in accordance with the changes outlined.
Okay, that's moved by Willie, seconded by Pam. All in favor? It's carried. Next, we've got, bylaws. Who's got the bylaws? Oh, yeah, we have the addendum, it's up at the top of my list here. Just a second. Oh, wait, no, it's not here anymore. Oh, I have it here. Jennifer, we did 160, 161. What's that?
CL 12.
Okay, we've got CL 12. Are you sure it's not? Oh yeah, CL 1219 from Catalina. This is in regards to the roadside memorials. There was one tweak I thought we should make. It goes along with the policy. Thanks, Catalina, for coming up. It's a very minor difference. One of your recommendations, just trying to find it here, bear with me. Oh, here. This is about roadway safety. When you're looking at your permitted memorials, Catalina, I'm fine with the size. Although the one concern on size is if it's 2 feet high and it's along a rural road, the grass is probably higher than the memorial. I'm wondering if we might want to tweak that to allow it to be a little bit higher. Just it gets above the grass, so it doesn't require the people to go and maintain it as often. Yeah.
Yeah. Or we could take out the height restriction.
I'm just a little afraid of taking it out, or it might be 8 feet high.
Okay. So
3 feet, which
3
should be
feet?
all right.
3 feet? Okay. What? Why don't we go 4, just to make sure it's above, or no? Okay, so leave it at 3? Okay, the other thing, I've noticed some in other areas that have like LED lights and reflectors and things like that. Those become a distraction. Sometimes you're driving in rural areas, you might think they're deer or something. I think we may want to just put in something that anything that's reflective or lit should not be permitted. Are we okay with that change? Okay. Anything else, Bruce?
Catalina, thanks for your email earlier about the duration of them. And again, sorry, I'm kind of power reading here. Is it in, I know it was in the pre-document, but I'm not sure, is it in the policy? Am I missing it?
It's right under 1, Bruce. On right underneath the township logo, the far right.
I missed it.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? Any other comments? Nope.
Just so I understand, they're allowed to do it for 13 months after the unfortunate incident.
I think it's 13 months from when they put it up.
From when they place it on? Okay.
with the possibility of extension, and it's up to Public Works staff to determine whether or not it can stay up, as
Okay.
long as it doesn't cause a safety hazard or anything like that.
And I think I'm okay with that. Where I was going is 5 year, anniversaries, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, stuff like that. God forbid somebody loses a child. I think if we consider that, if it's under Public Works discretion, I think that we would be sympathetic to that, so.
Todd?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Something along the lines of maybe even the month of the death, they would be permitted on an annual basis to have something there. That might be, because I think you're going to get that question. A lot of people, that's their way of dealing with the grief.
And when we talk to anybody that wants to put up a memorial, we will direct them to the more permanent options that the township provides, such as a park bench or a tree, and that way it's permanent. They never have to worry about it, and it's still a really great way to honor their loved one.
And Catalina, maybe you can answer this for me. If there was a memorial that offended someone and they lodged a complaint, what would be the process?
So the complaint will be received by Ben or myself, and we're going to have a chart that has all of the memorials that we know about, and then it will be up to Public Works staff to see whether the complaint is valid. So either going to the site to see if it intervenes with any of the guidelines in the policy, and then it will be Public Works staff discretion. And should it be, not allowed within the policy, then we will contact the family members or the friends that put up the memorial and let them know before we remove it or anything like that.
I think this is a really valid policy. I think it's important that we have one on this. And I was, the reason we have a policy is I asked for it. And it was because a memorial had been taken down and it was a concern. I think this is fair. I think the size makes sense. And it's good that we're proactive in this way. Gary, do you have a question or are you good?
Well, I just wanted to say that, you're talking about the one incident on Durham 21.
Durham
or
1.
Durham 1, rather. Yeah, when I was doing my door knocking, I had 2 or 3 complaints about it, and one of them was like, oh, it's creepy, it's, like that kind of thing. So it's, when people complain, they have a specific complaint, it's pretty...
If someone says it's creepy, like that wouldn't really be
exactly,
a valid complaint.
But that, so we didn't initially know who had put up the memorial, so, and the region did try to locate them, but were unable to. So what they did was they took it and they put it into storage. And then when I got the complaint from the lady, we returned it to her and told her she could put it back up again.
Okay.
At that time, I was told that the region allowed memorials to go up for 12 months, not 13. Yeah.
Okay, so would someone like to move this report with the amendments? And the amendments are
3 feet
3
for
feet,
the
so
memorial, and
yep.
then as long as it's doesn't have any LED lights or reflective.
Ben, you're happy with all that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so moved by Willie, seconded by Todd. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now we have bylaws, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's got the bylaws? Willie.
First and second reading, moved by Councillor Pop, seconded by Councillor Hyad, that leave be granted to introduce bylaws numbers 2019.014 to 019.016, and the same be read a first and second time. Change. Okay. Over to Gary. First and second reading, moved by Councillor Pop, seconded by Councillor Ruona, that leave be granted to introduce bylaws numbers 2019-014 to 2019-016, and the same be read a first and second time.
All those in favor? Carried.
Third reading, moved by Councillor Pop, seconded by Councillor Ruona, that a bylaw number 2019-014 to 2019-016 be now read a third time, finally passed, the mayor and clerk duly sign and seal.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we're going.
We have one more. Oh wait,
That's
not yet.
confirming.
You're right. That's the last one.
We're going into camera now, right? Okay. Okay. So unfinished business. Any other business? Questions from the press?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that amendment on the roadside memorials to 3 feet. Was that for the size of the memorial?
That was for the height.
The height.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other two elements, the width and depth, would still be 2 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
No problem. Any questions, Diane?
We have a call in Houston.
What?
Liz is away on March the 25th. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? We'll come back with the dates for those
I kind of think
meetings.
what we'll do is, if she's back the first week of April, when
I'm gone the first week of April. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it, correct, Ed? Is there anything else?
Confirming.
Okay, confirming bylaw?
First reading and second reading moved by Councillor Pop, seconded by Councillor Rona, that leave be granted to introduce bylaw number 2019-018, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of its regular meeting of council of February 11, 2019, and the same be read a first and second time.
All those in favor? Carried.
Third reading moved by Councillor Pop, seconded by Councillor Rona, that by bylaw number 2019-018 be now read a third time, finally passed, and the mayor and clerk duly sign and seal.
All those in favor? Okay, can I get a moved by Gary, seconded by Willie, all those in favor? Carried. Thanks.